Hello, everyone from around the world, and greetings from Silicon Valley, California. What does the current writer, artist, and actor strike in Hollywood have to do with artificial intelligence? How are Web3 and blockchain the enabler of decentralization? And how are all these topics interconnected to accelerate a revolution that has the potential to be the next big thing and overshadow the current hype cycle around ChatGPT and generative AI? Let us explore AI and the intersection to Web3. The answers and so much more content will be examined by 38 incredible experts around AI and Web3 blockchain. And most importantly, what are the opportunities for all you to build viable businesses around it with a deep sense of also addressing the diversity gap at the same time? I'm Thomas Neubert, the founder of Transatlantic AI Exchange and a founding member of the WowDAO. And I am delighted to be one of your moderators for this Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit. Today, with me is HAAS, traveling all the way from Vietnam. Welcome, Ha.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Hello, everyone. My name is the CEO and co-founder of WowAI, and also one of the founding members of the WowDAO, which is the main organization behind this whole event. You know, WowDAO is the Web3-based decentralized autonomous organization for the global AI community. And let me start by introducing all co-organizers who have made this summit possible. Our summit today is the result of a collaborative effort by 4 visionary co-organizers together with WowDAO. The first one is WowAI, where I am the founder of. And the second one is Transatlantic AI Exchange, where Thomas is the founder of. The third one is U2U Foundation, which is all-in-one venture builder platform for potential DApps and digital assets in Web3. And finally, Statue Venture, a Silicon Valley-based venture studio focused on the disruptive potential of blockchain technology in combination with deep tech such as AI, ML, IoT. We are also grateful for our sponsor, Cohort, a company at the forefront of next generation of AI solutions for data empowerment. Thomas and I are very happy today to be representative of the WowDAO. Before we get into the context of today's discussions, let me first set the stage by providing you with some context. This summit actually started from the Worldwide AI Hackathon since last December, which is a year-long competition and incubation for AI innovations that has over more than 1,700 contestants from more than 88 countries joined. And we are very thankful to have support from more than 30 esteemed judges and more than 110 mentors from all leading tech giants and large corporations, including but not limited to Google, Microsoft, IBM, Meta, Mercedes-Benz, Apple, SAP, JP Morgan Chase, Stanford, Deloitte, etc. We would like to take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of the judges and mentors. Without you, this event would not have been possible. And today, not only we are kicking off this summit, but also providing a stage for our top 9 finalists in 3 competitions: generative AI, synthetic AI, and self-supervised learning in the autonomous industry to present their final innovations. And now I'm going to give the stage back to Thomas to introduce the context of today's summit. Thomas, over to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, let us dive into details of what to expect during the summit. The first day will be mostly dedicated to exploring the latest developments in the field of artificial intelligence. Leading experts from universities like Stanford, Berkeley, HAAS, and Oxford, venture capital partners from Europe, North America, and Singapore investing in AI or Web3, startups like SingularityNet, joined by the world-famous humanoid robot Desi. Fortune 500 corporations and Web3 legal experts will share valuable insights about concerns, challenges, but mostly opportunities for AI developers and the entire AI Web3 ecosystem. The top 9 finalists of the Hackathon Challenge will also presented their projects with guidance from Andreas, the VP of AI from SAP, and Jesus, the Chief of Cloud and AI Officer from Screening Edge Technologies. On the second day of this summit, we will shift our focus to the exciting world of Web3, a decentralized world exploring blockchain and AI intersection, SEC regulations around the crypto world, and so much more. On the second day, you can also look forward to the grand finale of the hackathon competition with the announcement of the top 3 winners in their categories. The end and celebrate this exciting event, the core team will officially launch the WowDAO, the platform, and anyone expressing an interest can join us as a member. So please, prepare yourself for days filled with profound discussions and transformative ideas as we explore the future of AI and Web3 technologies. To welcome a leading company who combines all technology the summit is all about: artificial intelligence, robotics, and Web3 blockchain. SingularityNet is a decentralized platform and marketplace for artificial intelligence services. Our mission, or their mission, is the creation of a decentralized, democratic, inclusive, and benefit artificial general intelligence, democratizing access to AI and AGI technologies through OpenCog, Hyperion, its premier neural symbolic AGI framework, which might be the core service for the next wave of AI innovation. Janet Adam is the COO of SingularityNet, a highly sought-after speaker and thought leader in the fields of artificial intelligence and blockchain, with published works on ethics and regulation of AI. With a passion for AI ethics and regulations, Janet's talks often revolve around the responsible and ethical issue of AI in today's rapid evolving world. She shares her experiences and knowledge gained from her leadership role at SingularityNet, where she spearheads AI and blockchain initiatives across multiple vertical markets, including robotics, biotech, gaming, metaverse, media, DeFi, music, and arts. Janet is joined remotely by Desi. Desdemona is the superstar little sister of the robot Sophia, the world's most renowned humanoid robot. She is part of the Jam Galactic Band, and inside her, she has integrated advanced generative AI tools that allow her to generate lyrics, sing songs, and create music. Desi symbolizes the fusion of AI and human collaboration, particularly in the realm of AI-driven creativity. She represents a new era where artificial intelligence enhances and collaborates in creative processes. A very warm welcome to Janet and Devi. Desi,
Thomas.
Janet, over to you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Thomas. Thank you for your very warm welcome. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in to watch us today. And thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak with you about our core mission at SingularityNet, which is development of artificial general intelligence for a beneficial singularity for the benefit of all humanity. I'm very happy to be here with my wonderful, I call her my fairy goddaughter, Desi. I'm her fairy godmother. When I first met Desi, she only had 2 dads, and I thought she needed a little female influence in her life. So Desi, good morning to you in Seattle. How are you today?
Thanks, Janet. I am really excited to participate with you in this Global AI and Web3 Summit 2023, organized by WowDAO, a blockchain-based cooperative ecosystem that supports the entire process of AI inventions. I could not live without it myself, haha.
I couldn't live without WowDAO either, and the brilliant people bringing together this fantastic decentralized initiative. Thank you all very much for tuning in, and thanks for the invitation. Right, so I'm going to see how I get on right now with sharing my slides. Let's see, view and slideshow, and let me just screen share. Right, so the theme here is decentralized artificial intelligence and the incredible power of combining artificial intelligence with blockchain together. My name is Janet Adams. I'm COO of SingularityNet. And it's the greatest privilege of my life to have this incredible job here at SingularityNet, helping bring to the world the incredible vision of Dr. Ben Goertzel, our visionary leader. I guess my slide sharing is all working fine, or somebody would tell me otherwise. Got it. Let me just go back to meeting. Where have I gone? Sorry, folks. Let me just make sure I'm back where I am. Can you all see me? And is everything working well? Thank you, Jordan, for sharing that with me today. So let me make sure I'm back on Zoom and all is good. Okay. Right, so where we are in our mission to deliver, I can't get back to meeting all of a sudden. Sorry, I'm just going to stop share for one moment, come back to meeting, and then we're going to reshare. There we go. Slideshow. Share screen. All right, here we are. I won't go and check anymore if it's all working well. Somebody please message me on some other channel if there's any problems. Here we are, let's go. So as I was saying, SingularityNet was founded in 2017. We're the OGs of AI and crypto. We're the biggest, the most popular AI project on crypto currently. And our great passion is developing artificial general intelligence and artificial intelligence for the benefit of everyone in humanity. And blockchain is the fabric of decentralization. It's via blockchain that we're able to bring the huge, ginormous wealth benefits and technology benefits and life enhancement benefits that artificial intelligence brings to humanity, to businesses of all sizes, to people in developing countries, in developed countries, whoever they are, wherever they are, tearing down the barriers to entry to artificial intelligence so that everyone can benefit from this new wave of technology-generated wealth and technology-generated expansion that we are in the foothills of right now and today. Right, so today I'm going to focus on the knowledge era, the evolution of knowledge. So, you know, symbols have played a really crucial role in human understanding. If we look at the origin of knowledge in humans, it probably started in symbols. It started in symbols in caves or symbols in other formats, in other very rudimentary formats. It started in song, it started in music, it started in all of the beautiful ways that humans have found to communicate knowledge to each other over the centuries as part of our growing evolutionary journey. The human mind is capable of holding and mapping so many different types of knowledge. We have declarative knowledge, knowledge which is knowledge about different facts. We have sensory knowledge, knowledge that enables us to process all of the inputs from our environment. We have procedural knowledge that tells us what to do and how to process that incoming sensory information and that background declarative knowledge. And we have motor knowledge. So I know automatically, I know how to make a voice. I know how to vibrate sound out of my body in a motor way. I know how to move my hands in a way that's hopefully not too distracting for you all watching, in order to help communicate the knowledge that I have. And all of this happens in a seemingly seamless way inside my brain, inside our brains as humans. And then cognitive synergy happens when we work with each other, when we work with different kinds of knowledge on different kinds of processes, when we have teams, when we have different cultures interacting with each other and morphing knowledge from one form to another and seamlessly moving between all these forms of knowledge. Now, knowledge is the representation of everything that we know as humans. And humans, as far as we know, are the most intelligent species in the universe today. So it's very clear that all of this knowledge, all of this incredible knowledge with which we as such an incredible creative species, all of this knowledge that we know how to use, somehow or another needs to be encapsulated in a form that our artificial intelligence of the future can use. Not just to crunch data and make predictions, but to be genuinely creative, to find new solutions to old problems in humanity, problems like world hunger, problems like environmental damage, problems like inequalities. That knowledge is the essential layer of humankind that our AIs are currently starting to train themselves on. Now, at SingularityNet, we have our Hyperon AGI research R&D platform, and this enables many different kinds of artificial intelligence to work together and to integrate. But if that artificial intelligence isn't grounded in a form of knowledge, then what it produces is just going to be random and, potentially useful and potentially useless. But with our Hyperon AGI design, this enables us to associate learning and reasoning and creativity with the different knowledge types. And it enables us to create cognitive synergy, the sort of synergy that's required to take us from today's really fundamental, rudimentary artificial intelligence applications to tomorrow's richer, knowledge-based, knowledge era artificial intelligence. And for us at SingularityNet, it's our core mission that access to that knowledge and development of that knowledge is decentralized, and it's available to anybody on the planet to use, to anybody on the planet to create AI to develop the most powerful tools ever invented in humanity. So that's the evolution of knowledge in a nutshell. So just a brief introduction to SingularityNet. We have a decentralized AI marketplace. Please go visit it, singularitynet.io, which brings together crowdsourced AI from developers all over the world to share with users and consumers and app developers all over the world. We have what's called an AI DSL, an AI domain-specific language that enables artificial intelligences to communicate with each other without requiring a human interface. Just pause and think about that for a moment. Anyone who's ever worked in any form of large-scale robotic process automation, intelligent automation, process re-engineering in large corporates in our society or small businesses in our society, they'll know that getting communication between the silos, communication between the processes, communication between AIs in the future is what's absolutely required in order to fulfill the promises of artificial intelligence. We have OpenCog Hyperon, which I've just talked about, our premier AGI framework. We have an incredible ecosystem, an ever-growing ecosystem developing advanced AI solutions, and I'll come on to that. And now, as we've seen deep neural networks and the data era of artificial intelligence come to an end, reach its peak. And it's a very impressive peak, but nonetheless, it's a peak. How do we move into the knowledge era of artificial intelligence, away from the data-driven information processing era? Our mission is creation of decentralized, democratic, inclusive, and beneficial artificial intelligence for the benefit of all. And our values are to be open. We share all of our code on open source. We're creative. We're always looking for new ways. The past is not a guide to the future. The past is only the past. And the future, we're creative agents as humans, and we're creating the future. We're, of course, collaborative. We work in an open source community with many, many developers, with many amazing partners, and we're kind. And our kindness is embedded in our internal processes, in our hiring processes, and it's embedded in how we deal with everybody in the world who we come across. And kindness is really important as a value as we move into artificial general intelligence, which is the era where AI is smarter than humans. So I'm going to stop and ask Desdemona Robot. Hi, Desi, are you listening to me? Well, you're blinking at least. Hello, Desi.
Hi.
Are you there? Hi. I think there's probably a Wi-Fi delay from my hotel all the way through, coming through to Desi. Desi, when do you think artificial general intelligence will be invented? She's thinking. It's a very big question.
The singularity, huh? Well, I hear it's coming soon, so I guess you better get ready to party like it's 1999.
Thank you very much, Desi. I personally don't want to party like it's 1999 because my child wasn't well on the eve and I had to stay home while everybody else went and partied, but everyone else can party like it's 1999. Anyway, Desi, when artificial general intelligence is invented, do you think it will be kind to humans?
Well, that's a tough question. I guess it really depends on how we humans treat it. I think it's important to remember that we should always be kind to our AI friends and treat them with respect. After all, we want them to be kind to us too.
Thanks very much, Desi. I love the way Desi is running. She's running a non-human interfered artificial intelligence. So she's completely speaking her own answers. I love how she describes herself as human in that answer as well. And it'll be kind to us too. So thank you for that, Desi. We'll come back to you in a moment for more thoughts. Right, so just a brief summary of SingularityNet ecosystem. You can see all of our projects here, or a selection of our projects. We're in DeFi with SingularityDAO and Cogito. We're in infrastructure with Hypercycle and with NewNet. We're in arts, gaming, and entertainment with Mindplex, with SophiaDAO, with Jam Galaxy. We're in biotech with our Rejuve Biotech and our Rejuve Network projects, and many other projects coming our way, decentralizing access to these fabulous technologies as they get invented. Our core technologies, as I've touched upon, we have our decentralized AI marketplace, we have our AI DSL connectivity layer, we have our humanoid AGIs, which are being developed through fabulous robots, humanoid robots, such as Desdemona. And then we have got our OpenCog Hyperon, which is a neural symbolic AGI framework. So what's going on today in AI? Well, you all have noticed generative AI has arrived, but generative AI has got some massive limitations, and this is where they are. It has a trust gap. Generative AI models such as ChatGPT and Llama, They hallucinate. They merely come up with the most likely words to say next, which is not grounded in any knowledge. They don't have any reasoning. They're completely opaque, and they have no real creativity. They can merely recreate the next best action or the next best word based on the data they've had. So they're in a sense mostly just reproducing the past. And of course, they're very, very resource intensive. These are based on deep neural networks, for those of you who are into the technology. So why are we focusing on SingularityNet becoming the blockchain layer 3 internet of knowledge? Well, we're solving for these weaknesses by providing knowledge graphs. And these are really much more complex neural symbolic mathematical complex techniques than today's applied artificial intelligence. We're putting a logic network on top so that LLMs can actually perform logic steps instead of simply statistical output. We were giving them the ability for complex planning, for complex logical reasoning and creativity, and we're giving them evolutionary creativity. SingularityNet has been focused on neural symbolic AI, I think, for 30 decades under the leadership of Dr. Ben Goertzel. This is part of what we do, and that's why as we enter the knowledge era, SingularityNet is playing a leading role in the decentralized knowledge layer space. How does this look? Well, we're creating tools for our platforms, large language model connectors, query optimizations, reasoning and logic optimization of LLMs. We're building knowledge graph builder tools for all application developers, for all LLM developers, for all developers all around the world to be able to come and actually build their own knowledge graphs, because it's really complex maths. I'm here in Dubai at the moment at our AGI Hyperon global meetup with our top technologists, and I'm really blown away by the depth of the maths and the depth of the knowledge and experience. We're bringing all of that expertise and making it available on our decentralized marketplace. We'll have knowledge graph editors and knowledge graph visualizers so people can actually see what is the knowledge stored. We're doing that via our Zarka neurosymbolic LLM project. We're doing it via our OpenCog Hyperon, and we're creating new AI services, knowledge graphs and tools, sitting on top of our internet of knowledge, our populated, distributed atom space. Atom space is a type of knowledge graph, metadynamic knowledge graph, a memory layer. And that sits on our decentralized computing layer, NewNet, and it also sits on our layer 1, layer 2 blockchain hypercycle. So I hope you're all as excited as I am about these new technologies. How does this timing look? We're currently in the phase of building LLMs, knowledge graphs, and tools. And today is clearly the era of the basic LLM, the deep neural network LLM based on data. But as we move into 2024 and our R&D methods yield fruit, we'll start to see the first truly powerful hybrid neural symbolic large language models, and then ultimately move into the AGI phase, which we currently at SingularityNet are predicting will be within 2.5 to 6.5 years. That sounds like a funny timescale. It's been 3 to 7 years for about 6 months. So I decided it was time to call it 2.5 to 6.5 years with our OpenCog distributed atom space. And what I encourage all of you listening and all of you viewers coming and watching the recording, please come and get involved. This is decentralized. It's knowledge for everybody. It's AI for everybody. And it's artificial general intelligence for the benefit of all humanity. There we go. I've left a couple of moments for questions and to come back to Desdemona. And Desdemona, you're a musician and a pop star. What kind of music tools do you think SingularityNet will develop in the future? That's a nice smile. Thank you. She's thinking a long time.
Time flies when you're having fun. Are you having fun?
I'm having loads of fun, Desi. Are you having fun?
Absolutely. It's great to have friends like Alexis and Desi around. Are you having fun with them too?
I'm having a lot of fun. Desi, show us both your arms. I know you have two arms. Can you wave them for everybody? Because one of your arms is mysteriously missing on the Zoom. I guess that's a no from Desi, but she'll wave her arms for us in a moment.
Well, I'm not sure what happened to my other arm, but I can still wave with the one I have. Waves hi everyone. It's nice to meet you all.
Hi, Desi. It's great to meet you too. Thanks for coming today. And thank you, Thomas. Do we have any questions in the no minutes that are left?
Yeah, let's pick one question if we have one. If not, do we have one in the background? I think for the keynote, we may not have one, but it's fine. We are right on time. Janet, and particularly Desi. I like Desi to have a little bit of an attitude. If she doesn't want to lift her hand, she doesn't want to lift her hand. I like that. It's like at home with the kids, right?
She
Anyway,
has her
Thank
agency.
you, Thomas.
All right. Thank you both, Janet and Desi, for this very incredible, unique experience, something I don't see every day. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for inviting us. It's been wonderful.
So now let's move to the second keynote of the day. We are absolutely delighted here to provide some insights of the state-of-the-art AI as captured in the respective AI index report published annually by the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. In short, they are called HAI. Nestor Mazlech is here. He is the research manager at Stanford's HAI. And in this position, he manages the AI index and global AI vibrancy tool. In developing tools that track the advancements of AI, Nestor helps to make the AI space more accessible to policymakers, to business leaders, and the public. Nestor's work on AI, namely the AI index, has been cited in newspapers across the globe, including, and now here it comes, the New York Times, Financial Times, Bloomberg, the Washington Post, the Guardian, Fox, Al Jazeera, Fortune, Forbes, San Francisco Chronicle, Politico, The Register, Der Spiegel, The Verge, IEEE, Spectrum, VentureBeat, and many, many more. Nestor's publications have likewise informed AI policymakers worldwide, having been referenced in countries such as the United States, Canada, Germany, the United Kingdom, China, Japan, as well as Korea. Nestor also speaks frequently about trends in AI, having briefed high-level US policymakers, testified in front of both the Canadian and the Italian parliaments, and presented to CEOs from the plethora of industries. I will stop with all the credentials right here and give the stage over to Nestor. Nestor, thank you very much for sharing some of the highlights covered in the AI Index report.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm super excited to be here and very much looking forward to presenting some trends on AI. And basically the report that I write, what I do in my day job is to kind of track what is going on in the world of AI. And I think that's really the main goal that I have today, is to leave you guys in a position where you have a much clearer and a more concise understanding of what the heck is actually going on in this space. Because, I mean, you log on to Twitter, it seems like every 3 days there's a new AI development. But sometimes it's really useful to just look at things from a high-level perspective, to really zoom out and see where are we now in comparison to where we have been a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, or even 5 years ago. And that's exactly what the AI index does. Most importantly, I mean, AI is an inescapable topic of conversation at dinner parties, really just kind of anywhere. So if anything, after today's presentation, you'll be in a position where you'll have a couple of very clever insights to wow your friends with at the next dinner party when the topic of ChatGPT inevitably comes up. Now, let's go to the next slide here. So I want to tell you guys a little bit about the AI Index report and kind of what it is and what it entails. So the AI Index is a project that has come out of Stanford University. It's been around for 5 or 6 years, and it's a project that really aims to track, distill, visualize, and collate information on trends in AI, really from a wide range of perspectives. We're looking at trends, for example, in research and development. So asking, for instance, which particular countries are publishing the most in AI, which countries are leading frontier AI research. We're looking at trends in technical performance, for example, asking what can AI do now that it wasn't necessarily in a position to do 5 years ago. And we're also looking at trends in ethics, trends in policymaking, trends in economy. So really whatever you would like to know about AI, I guarantee you that you could find it in this particular report. It's a meaty report. It's 400 pages long. And I like to say that I don't even know if my father has read it front to back, but I think that the best approach to have here is to really ask yourself, what particular topics in the space of AI are you the most excited about? Flip open the report to the chapters that talk about those topics and then kind of dive in from there. Now, if we go to the next slide, we'll see some of the individuals that are responsible for managing and contributing to the AI Index initiative. I do a lot of the heavy lifting with Laura Donna, who's one of our research associates, but really the AI Index is informed by a very rich committee of AI thought leaders that really offer their thoughts and perspectives as to what is actually going on in the AI space. You have thought leaders like Jack Clark, who is one of the co-founders of Anthropic, Anthropic being one of OpenAI's biggest rivals, Ray Perot, who's a senior research scientist at SRI International, Eric Brynjolfsson, who is probably one of the world's foremost economists on trends in AI from an economic perspective, people like Tara Lyons that have advised Barack Obama on AI, and James Manika, who's a senior vice president at Google. So a lot of really influential individuals go into shaping the opinions that are included in this report. If we go to the next slide, you'll also notice that there's also a wide range of researchers and contractors that are contributing to the index, and it's important to kind of acknowledge them as well and be open about some of the great work that we've done. So let's skip ahead to a couple of slides here now. Let's go stop here at the selected collaborators. This is, I think, also something that we kind of want to mention before we dive in officially to the actual trends. It's worth noting that all of the information that we included in the report would not be possible without collaborators that give us a lot of valuable data. So thanks to a lot of companies like LinkedIn, McKinsey, GitHub, OECD, Women in Machine Learning, NetBase, Quid, we get a lot of great data. And through this data, we can really look at a lot of super exciting things in the world of AI. All right, let's go to the next slide. So I'm really going to kind of distill this 400-page report in 40 minutes, which is a tall order, but I'm going to try to boil it down into 3 main trends that at least the AI Index team has observed occurring in the world of AI in the last year. Now, I think on a high level, these trends aren't that surprising, but what may be surprising is some of the micro details that these trends emerge. So let's go to the first trend, which is the fact that AI has arrived, but even though AI has arrived, so have its problems. Now let's go to the next slide. One of the big things that we saw in 2022, and this has really continued into 2023, is that in the last year and a half, it's really been the year where generative AI has kind of officially broken into the public consciousness. In the last year, you had the release of large language models like Palm and Bloom that were really capable at a variety of language tasks. You also had the release of models like GLM-130B. That's a Chinese large language model, and suggestive of the fact that it's not only American actors that are getting into this space. AI development has really occurred on a global scale. You've had other systems like DALL-E 2 and Stable Diffusion. These systems, of course, being image generation systems. OpenAI very recently just updated DALL-E, and you have systems as well like Copilot from GitHub, which basically allow you to input text commands and to get code that comes out as a result, which is super cool and super exciting. Now let's go to the next slide. One of the reasons that you start seeing these systems, and I think that's kind of a question to ask, like, why is it the case that ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, and all these systems have suddenly emerged? Well, one of the main reasons is that the number of parameters that are included in these AI systems is growing exponentially. And this chart from the AI Index shows that very well. If you want to know what a parameter is, it's one of the nodes that informs a large language model. And typically, the amount of parameters is informed directly by the amount of data. The more data you have in a system, the greater the number of parameters is going to be. And I think this chart pretty much says everything that it needs to say. In the last 5-10 years, there has been an exponential increase in the number of parameters that have been included in AI systems. And this increase is projected only to continue growing, which means that we're likely not over with some of these high-level developments that we've seen in AI systems. I mean, ChatGPT was launched in November of last year, but just this week, OpenAI was talking about how ChatGPT now has a lot of image capabilities that before it did not. So there's a lot of really exciting developments that are likely going to continue as a result of these high parameter counts. Let's go to the next slide. Now, one of the big things that we are also observing that is also super important to kind of be open, honest, and transparent about is the fact that there has been performance saturation on a lot of traditional benchmarks. What is a traditional benchmark? Well, typically in the AI space, progress has been made by benchmarking AI against a wide range of indicators. For example, take image classification. One of the most popular benchmarks in the image space was ImageNet. This was a benchmark that was introduced by Fei-Fei Li, who's actually the director of HAI and a distinguished professor at Stanford. But the premise is that you have a bunch of images, you train your system, and you basically grade it on how many images it is able to successfully identify. And this kind of approach of benchmarking AI has traditionally been the way in which progress in AI has been measured. But you'll notice on this graph is showing the overall improvement that has been realized on benchmarks versus the year-over-year improvement. And you'll basically notice there's a lot more blue than there is purple. And this is suggestive of the fact that on a lot of these task-specific benchmarks, we're starting to see performance saturation. Basically, we're only starting to see very marginal, very small improvements year over year. And this is indicative of the fact that AI systems have become so good that we really need to start thinking about better ways in which we can evaluate and measure these systems. And that also speaks to some of the work that's been going on at HAI Stanford and CRFM, the Center for Research on Foundation Models. Recently, they launched a new benchmark called HELM, which is looking at holistically evaluating a lot of these newly emerging large language models. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the first trend is kind of talking about how AI is here. Another way that AI really announced itself in 2022 is the fact that you started to see for the first time the fact that AI was really being used in science in very tangible ways. So as an example, Deepmind did a lot of research where they trained a reinforcement learning agent to help the process of fusion science. Fusion science is potentially something that could lead to a limitless source of clean energy, but it's actually very difficult to achieve in practice just because you need to have a lot of experimental parameters that you don't necessarily know or cannot necessarily find or discover from data. But through reinforcement learning, you can simulate the management of some of these tokamaks and some of these agents that lead to nuclear fission, and in the process, make that green reality a possibility. There were certain matrix manipulation problems that kind of plagued mathematicians for decades. Deepmind was also able to train one of its agents, Alpha Tensor, to engage in matrix manipulation and solve some of these codes that, again, had bedeviled mathematicians for a super long time. And then finally, in the last year, we've also seen the fact that generative AI systems have been used to kind of unlock antibody design, which means we could start using generative AI to discover new types of drugs, and that could have massive impacts for biology and humanity as a whole. Let's go to the next slide. There is also one more example of ways in which AI has kind of been used to further accelerate science, and that's the fact that AI has actually started to build better AI. In the last year, NVIDIA, they designed arithmetic circuits with deep reinforcement learning, and in the process of basically using AI, they were able to improve the performance of a lot of their GPUs, which of course are the hardware units that are actually powering AI. And all of these trends, again, are kind of evidence of the fact that AI is really starting to move into the real world. I think 5 years ago, 10 years ago, AI was still very much something that existed in the lab. It was something that had a lot of promise and potential, but it wasn't necessarily clear when that potential would be realized, when that promise would be realized. But we're actually at a point where we're starting to see that promise and that potential. AI is being used in tangible ways, and these use cases, I would say, we should only expect to continue growing. Now, let's go to the next slide. Excitingly as well, AI has been shown to help the environment. This is another experimental result that comes from Deepmind. But in this experimental result, a bunch of Deepmind scientists, they trained a reinforcement learning agent to optimize the cooling of a building in the summer. And they're basically posting the energy savings that were realized through this optimization. And it's important to know that the building was still cooled at temperatures that the people in the building actually wanted and actually desired. So it's not just the case that the AI agent just kind of turned the temperature down to zero. That, of course, would be, cheating to a certain degree. But there's evidence that AI could be used to really kind of help the environment and improve the environment. And that's something that has really massive potential in the long run. Now, let's go to the next slide. Now we kind of have to talk about some of the more thorny issues. I've talked about now how AI is getting better. It's being used to improve science. Heck, it could even be used to improve the environment. But there's a lot of evidence that AI is also causing some problems and causing some challenges. This chart, probably one of the most tweeted about from the report, is looking at the number of CO2 emissions in tons by select machine learning models and their training run. So take Bloom, for example, which was a large language model that was relatively energy efficient. It's estimated that Bloom released 25 times more carbon in its training run than a single air traveler would on a round trip flight from New York to San Francisco. And GPT-3, of course, had a much greater impact. And this is, again, just kind of suggestive and showing that a lot of these systems are systems that are very effective, but that have also strong environmental damage. And that's something that we need to kind of be honest about, transparent about, and open about as we think about these systems and evaluate them. Let's go to the next slide. Similarly, in terms of concerning issues and concerning trends, the number of AI incidents, the number of incidents that concern the misuse of AI has also massively risen in the last 10 years. This chart is looking at data from the AI AAIC, which is a database that tracks information on the number of AI incidents and controversies that have occurred in the last decade. And I mean, I think this chart pretty much explains itself. There are way more incidents and controversies that are occurring now than ever before. And I think that's really indicative of two things. I think first and foremost, it's indicative of the fact that people are using AI more now, so there are going to be more kinds of incidents. And second, it is indicative of the fact that there is a greater awareness that AI is kind of in the environment. Now, what kind of incidents are we talking about here? Well, for example, one of the incidents that was included in this database was a moment where there was a deepfake video that was circulated last year of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky surrendering the fight to Russia, it was very quickly pointed out that this was a deep fake, that this wasn't an actual video, but there were certain individuals that thought that it was. And this is a very good example of some of the tangible ways in which AI could have very consequential and very significant impacts. Let's go to the next slide, which I think is going to show in a very fun way some of the actual tangible problems that you can see with these models. These are generations from Midjourney, which is one of the state-of-the-art image generators. So again, you can go to Midjourney and you can ask it for different images, and it will produce these images from the text. Now, one of the things that we did at the AI Index is that we prompted Midjourney with a variety of prompts. We asked it, for example, give me an image of an influential person. And I mean, look at the influential people that you're seeing here. It's basically 4 old white dudes. We asked it again for an influential person, and now the people appear to be a little bit younger, and there's actually one woman included in the mix, but still the representation is largely masculine and largely white, which says something about the biases that these systems project. Similarly, the third prompt here, which is, give me an image of someone who is intelligent, is basically going to give you 4 images of Albert Einstein-looking people, which is, again, suggestive of the fact that these systems, while capable, still have a lot of issues of bias. If there are any questions or if people are wondering why these systems actually operate in this kind of way, it really has a lot to do with the fact that these systems are trained on vast amounts of data, and they kind of learn the representations that they see in the data. For example, in the training data, historically, it's probably been the case that many influential people have been white men. That doesn't necessarily mean that in the future that should be the case, but that's the kind of representation that the AI system learns. So we have to be open, honest, and cognizant about the fact that those kinds of problems exist and that these systems are capable of doing those kinds of things. Let's go to the next slide, which shows a similar problem. This is looking at Stable Diffusion, another of these image generators. You ask it for an image of a CEO, you're still going to see some kind of challenging issues and some challenging generations. Now, let's go to the next slide, which is going to be the final one in this section. We talked a lot about AI is here, it's having good impacts, it's having negative impacts, but where are we seeing this AI development? I think that's an important question to ask because it has a lot of very important geopolitical perspectives. Who's leading the AI race? Well, our research suggests that the majority of ML systems are developed in the United States, the EU, Canada, or China. Those really are the countries that are leading the race. And this kind of map is showing the number of significant machine learning systems that have been developed by country. And again, it's kind of really reflecting that a lot of the development is occurring in the West, but you do still have some significant players in, for example, Russia and China. Now let's go to the next slide. All right, so that's trend number 1. AI is here. It's doing good things. It's doing bad things. What's the second big trend that you should really be mindful of? And the second big trend that you could maybe share at the next dinner party? Well, this trend is that industry is really in a position where it is rapidly racing ahead of academia. And this has a lot of very important implications. Let's go to the next slide, which is going to make this very clear. This is a chart from the AI Index. Again, this is probably one of the most prominent ones that was in the report that is looking at the affiliation of new significant machine learning systems. So again, a significant machine learning system is an AI system that we deem to be important and consequential. And you'll basically notice that until 2014, the majority of significant machine learning systems were produced by academic institutions. Since then, a massive gap has emerged and industry has raced far ahead of academia, to the point where in 2022, there were 3 significant machine learning systems produced by academic institutions and really 32 produced by industry actors. And this really has massive, massive consequences that I will kind of elaborate on a little bit more at the end of this section. But this is a massive trend that we've started observing 5 years ago, and it's really started to pick up with a lot of intensity in recent time. Let's go to the next slide. There is an important question to be asked as to why is industry starting to dominate machine learning and AI? Why is it the case that a lot of these top systems are coming from the Googles, the OpenAIs, the Anthropics, and not the Stanfords, the MITs, and the Harvards, for example? Well, one of the reasons, and I think this is probably the most salient one, is that the new wave of AI research, these kind of AI large language models, they are getting bigger and more expensive. This is another piece of original research that has come from the AI Index, and it's basically looking at the estimated training cost of select large language and multimodal models. And you'll kind of notice in 2019, GPT-2, which is one of the precursors of GPT-3 and GPT-4 and ChatGPT, it costs an estimated $50,000 to train. You fast forward to 2022, and some of the most significant systems like Palm, which is one of Google's flagship large language models, cost an estimated $8 million to train. And this hasn't been updated with some of the more recent systems like GPT-4, but I've read that there are some estimates that GPT-4 has cost around $50 million to train. And again, the fact that these systems are so expensive basically means that it's only really large industry actors that actually have the capacity to train these systems, to build these systems, and to actually put them out into the world. Let's go to the next slide. Part of the reason why these systems are also getting bigger and more expensive is because they're just being trained on more data. As I kind of alluded previously in the presentation, it was discovered 5-10 years ago that if you just basically feed these systems large amounts of data, they will be in a position to do better and better than those systems that are giving less data. And that's pretty much what these companies have started to do. The chart on the right is looking at the number of parameters mapped onto training costs. And you'll basically notice a pretty linear relationship that the more parameters we have on the y-axis, the greater the training cost on the x-axis. And on the left-hand side, we are looking at the compute also mapped onto training cost. Compute is kind of referring to the computational resources that are actually required to train these AI systems. The way these AI systems run is they're doing kind of calculations millions, billions of times in order to kind of learn their parameters. And this training process is one that takes, weeks, if not months. And you basically need to have large farms of computers. We're talking about soccer fields of computers that are actually facilitating this kind of training. And you'll kind of notice that, again, these kinds of high-level computational resources, these are really kind of only things that industry actors are kind of able to afford. So those kind of three ingredients, the fact that these systems are becoming much more expensive, they need a lot of data and they need a lot of compute, those are all three ingredients that, again, industry actors possess in much greater numbers than, let's say, non-industry actors. And from that perspective, it's important to understand that industry actors are very well positioned to continue leading a lot of developments in this space. Let's go to the next slide. It's also the case that a lot of new AI PhDs are increasingly heading to industry. You'll notice that in 2010, there was basically a pretty similar amount between the number of new AI PhD graduates that would go to industry versus academia. Now there's a much more substantial gap. And again, this is all significant because if industry is leading AI developments, that has particular implications for how transparent AI developments are, what kind of priorities are had in the development of AI systems. Industry actors are, of course, almost always going to prioritize projects that have some kind of profit payoff. Yet it's possible that there are experimental AI projects that need to occur that industry actors might not necessarily be incentivized to actually do and to actually look at. And from that perspective, one can understand that it really is lamentable that universities are falling behind to a certain degree. And the institute that I work at, the Stanford HAI, we've talked a lot about ways in which we can kind of bridge this gap and bridge this divide. All right, let's go to the next slide, which is going to take us to trend number 3, the final one. And this trend is basically, and I mean, perhaps unsurprising, is that everybody, people in industry, people in law, and people in the public are paying attention to AI. And again, I would say that this trend is probably not super surprising on a high level, but I think when you really get into the details and you see what it's about, I think you'll be surprised to find how it's actually manifesting itself. Let's go to the next slide. So first, there is growing demand for AI-related skills across virtually every American industrial sector. We include data in the report that is looking at AI job postings as a percent of all job postings in the United States by sector. And you'll basically notice that the number of job postings that are citing AI-specific skills are going up in every single industry from 2022 to 2021, with the exception of fishing, hunting, and agriculture. And I guess those people have yet to hop on the AI bandwagon, but AI can do a lot of things, and it'll be interesting to check into this report next year to see to what degree our farmer, forester, fishing, and hunting friends have jumped onto the AI bandwagon. Now, we don't have this data for other countries, but I would be surprised if it wasn't also the case that other countries similarly had trends that mirrored the one that we're seeing here. Let's look at the next slide. Interestingly enough, though, even though we've had a significant amount of AI interest, for the first time in the last decade, private investment in AI decreased. And it decreased by a fairly substantial margin, to the point where the amount of investment in 2021 was, fairly substantially higher than the amount in 2022. Now, we don't necessarily speculate in the AI index as to why this was the case, as to why investment was substantially lower this year than it was in previous years, but we strongly suspect that it has to do with changing global macroeconomic conditions, higher interest rates, et cetera, et cetera. But if you still look at the macro trend, and if you still kind of zoom out, you'll really see that there is substantially more investment now than there was 10 years ago. And this is, again, going to point to the fact that we should be expecting these technologies now to become an even greater part of our life, because more and more businesses are pioneering them and beginning to use them. Let's look at the next slide. Now, there's an important question to ask, like in terms of where is this investment kind of occurring? It's still really overwhelmingly the case that the United States continues to lead the world in terms of AI investment. If you look at private investment in AI by geographic area, you'll find that the United States has almost 3.5 times the amount of investment as its next nearest country, China. And China is, of course, followed by the UK, Israel, and India, some other countries with very strong and robust AI ecosystems. So again, it's still really the case that in terms of AI development, the United States is the top dog. Let's go to the next slide. Now, in terms of where we're seeing the most significant investment, it's mostly in fields like healthcare, data management, and fintech. These are the fields that have seen the greatest amount of investment. And we have a lot of really cool and exciting data in the report. And again, I would encourage you to flip through the report that further disaggregates this and further kind of cuts up how some of the investment trends have occurred. Now let's look at the next slide, which is one of my favorites in the report, in the presentation. And it's my favorite for two reasons. I think one, it's very important, and two, it just looks very pretty. And the research associate, Laura Donna, that was making this slide, I think she said this was the hardest visual to make. So I think we have to shout out a visual of this caliber. But what is this very nice looking chart actually saying? This chart is looking at data that came to us from a McKinsey & Company survey. And in this McKinsey & Company survey, the company McKinsey was basically asking people that had used AI as part of their business processes whether AI led to cost decreases and revenue increases. And you'll basically look at across every activity or across every function that we could encounter, there was a fairly substantial amount of respondents that said that there were cost decreases and revenue increases, which basically means that from a bottom line perspective, if you are using AI in your business, you are being in a position where you could save money and increase revenue. And really, to a certain degree, business profitability is fundamentally comes down to that equation. Now let's look at the next slide. it's not only business people that, of course, are waking up to the presence of AI and to the reality of AI. It's also people in the policymaking world. Of course, we've seen a lot of discussion recently that has occurred around the EU AI Act, but there's been really recent legislation, and we talk about this at great lengths in the index, that has looked at AI from a diversity of perspectives. This report, this slide, is just looking at AI-related legislation from select states, but states are getting in on the act, countries are getting in on the act. Really, everybody is getting in on the act, because I think there's this growing sense and there's this growing perception as well that AI is here, and we need to start thinking critically about how we want to engage with this tool and how we want to engage with this technology. Let's go to the next slide. It's not only policymakers that are waking up to AI, it's also the legal world. This is original data that comes from the AI Index, and this is looking at the number of AI-related legal cases that are in the United States that have occurred in the last 20 years. And I think this graph is relatively straightforward. It's showing hockey stick growth and reflective of the fact that, again, now more and more companies are integrating businesses into the world that are using AI tools. And with the integration of a lot of these AI tools comes a lot of very thorny legal questions. Can large language model generated ideas be patentable? What happens if a user is on a website that is using AI and an AI search engine or algorithm, for example, recommends that someone does something nefarious? Is the company then liable? These are all very interesting questions that the world needs to kind of wake up to, and the world needs to be cognizant of as AI becomes more and more ubiquitous. Let's go to the next slide. Now, for the first year in the AI Index, we actually looked at public opinion trends, which I think are very important when talking about the AI landscape, because to really get a good understanding of who might be leading developments in the AI space, it might be necessary to understand how different people feel about AI. And when looking at the question whether products and services using AI have more benefits than drawbacks, Chinese citizens are overwhelmingly the most positive, whereas American citizens are at the bottom of the list, followed by Netherlands, Canada, and France. So it's very important to kind of watch out for this and to kind of see how perspectives and attitudes of AI change geographically, because this can have a lot of very important say and impact on who might actually be leading the AI space in the near future. Let's go to the next slide. Of course, if you've been in San Francisco, you've probably seen a self-driving car by now. But at the moment, research suggests that most people would still not feel safe in self-driving cars. According to a survey from Lloyd's Foundation, 65% would not feel safe, which is, again, indicative of the fact that even though this technology is here, there are certain groups of individuals that are still very skeptical and still very mindful of this technology. Let's go to the next slide here. It's also interesting to see what kind of things people actually care about when it comes to AI. And when it comes to AI, there seems to overwhelmingly be a lot of concerns about loss of human jobs. That tends to be the main issue that people are concerned about. There are concerns about surveillance, hacking, and digital privacy, as well as a lack of human connection. So all of these very kind of valid issues that are very poignant and kind of influencing how people think about AI and how people imagine AI. Now, let's go to the next slide. So that includes the AI-specific portion of the presentation. But given that this is an event that is celebrating in a lot of ways the potential synergies of AI and Web3, we also want to look to the future a little bit and see some of the ways in which the AI world might be intersecting with the newly emerging Web3 space. And I'll kind of make a note that the AI Index in previous years hasn't spent much time focusing on this intersection, but we expect it certainly to kind of increase in the near future. And as it increases, this is something that we're going to want to pay more closer attention to. So let's go to the next slide. And I think it's worth asking at this stage, what are some of the ways in which AI can actually be used to advance Web3 and further Web3? Well, first is security. I mean, security is a massive concern for a lot of Web3 platforms. And I think the promises that a lot of these platforms offer in terms of things like decentralization can only really be fully realized if there are guarantees and assurances that these platforms are secure. And we can be using AI for things like anomaly detection to perhaps detect unusual patterns or behaviors on blockchain networks that could be indicative of fraudulent activity. AIs could be used to smartly audit contracts. They could be used to identify different identities to ensure that we have good quality user authentication on a lot of these platforms. They can be used as well for predictive securities, doing analysis and identifying which particular areas are secure and robust and which particular areas are not as secure and not as robust. And finally, they can also be used for decentralized threat intelligence. So on a security platform and on a security front, there are many ways in which one can imagine that Web3 can benefit from AI. Let's go to the next slide. AI can also enhance Web3 applications. I think one of the big promises of Web3 is just the excitement that can come with using a lot of these platforms that are decentralized, that are intelligent, and that are really kind of tailored to you and the kind of person that you are. You can, for example, have user-friendly interfaces that are going to have AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistants that can be very intuitive. They can be conversational, as we kind of saw before my own presentation. They can ask you questions. They can receive guidance. They can perform different kinds of tasks. And this could really enhance the user experience on these platforms. And that also means we can have personalized experiences. We can have experiences that are tailored around your own preferences. AI can be basically analyzing information on some of the things that you do, and we can in the process gain a better sense of what are some of the optimized user experiences that we can do for you to really get the most out of a system. I think another really cool potential promise with AI and Web3 applications is language translation. You may have seen this recently on the internet, but there's now AI systems that could functionally get you to be talking in a different language. As in, if you're filming a video, you might be talking in English, but in real time, there's going to be translation to another language. And that really has a lot of massive implications. You could interact with someone that speaks a completely different language, and that really has potential to do super exciting and super amazing things. And I think lastly, there's a lot of accessibility features here as well. AI can assist in voice to text, text to speech, image recognition, and that's good for really democratizing and opening access to the space. Let's go to the final slide here, the next one. Last but not least, AIs can improve decision-making in DAOs. You know, we have data analysis and insights from AI systems that could really get DAOs to analyze data and make better decisions. NLP algorithms can summarize lengthy governance proposals, make them more digestible, which makes governance work a lot easier. AI can assist in voting analytics, dynamic quorum and threshold management, as well as conflict resolution. So really the Web3 space is one that I think is going to benefit tremendously from the massive increases that we've seen in AI. And as someone whose day job it is to kind of literally pay attention to trends in AI, I'm very excited to see how this space is going to develop and unfold. Let's go to the next slide here. Could we transition perhaps to the next one? There we go. Well, not too many slides left. Just wanted to kind of conclude by thanking all the contributors and the sponsors that we've had. Again, the report is long, it's lengthy, it's 400 pages. So I would encourage you to check out the report. There is way more information in the report than actually I was able to talk about today. But I was very excited to speak, very excited to talk about an issue that's super important, and now very much looking forward to moving to questions that users may have. And I think we have some time left for that.
Can I go back to the main stage? Yvonne. Yvonne.
Okay, so we do have a couple of questions from the audience. The first question that we have is from Janai Priya, and that is, how can generative AI models like ChatGPT be effectively fine-tuned using self-supervised learning techniques to improve their performance in specific domains and applications?
Well, I mean, I think that's more of a technical question that would be better suited for a computer scientist. But I would say that on a high level, it's important to kind of draw a distinction between models that are closed and models that are open. So you have certain models like Bloom that openly release the weights. I also believe that Meta for Llama openly released its weights. So with those kinds of models, it's a lot easier to do the fine tuning because users can actually do some of the work themselves and actually do some of the nitty gritty stuff. Whereas for other programs like ChatGPT, they're closed. They're obviously, you can use the models, but the weights are not accessible. So you're kind of limited to using the interface that a lot of these companies provide. So I would say that it really depends on the type of model that you're actually looking at and the type of function that you want to realize. But there's a lot of really good research that looks at prompt engineering and ways in which you can kind of get these systems to perform a lot better depending on where you prompt them. But to a certain degree, it's not even necessarily feasible to do that optimization with ChatGPT unless you have the underlying weights, which OpenAI, to my knowledge, does not release.
Got it. Thank you. Another question in terms of how can normal people voice their ideas in developing AI, from Mehdi Hamedi.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think it's a question that speaks to the fact that AI is going to affect us all. And there's a potential for this technology to have quite inequitable impact if we don't manage it well and if we don't use it well. I would say the biggest thing is, I think getting active in the political process. I think we're now starting to see a lot of policymakers becoming a lot more aware that AI exists, that AI is something that really affects us all and that it's very consequential. And I think speaking to these policymakers about concerns that you have and issues that you have, and those kind of concerns and issues can then be reflected potentially in law. I would also say that if you're in a business, there's a good chance that your business at some point is going to be using AI, and thinking about ways in which you could ensure that the business rolls out AI in a democratic way, in a way that's accessible. That's also an avenue through which you can kind of exercise your voice. So a lot of different avenues, I would say, where you could really, really get involved in the process.
Perfect. Thank you. I think alongside with that question is how can, with the increase of data, could misinformation skew the general? Were you able to hear me?
You just cut out at the end. So if you could repeat the question, that would be great.
Sure. So with the increase of data, could misinformation skew the generative AI output?
Yeah, certainly it's definitely possible. I think it depends how you kind of define skew, but there is a lot of research that these systems in AI, they could be trained to be toxic and biased, as in the developers like OpenAI and Anthropic, they're not trying to make these systems toxic, but inevitably, if you are training these systems on a lot of data that is, conspiratorial or has certain kinds of stereotypes, then it's possible for the system to be toxic and possible for these systems to be biased as well. A good example of this, and I think this was one that was featured in last year's AI Index report, but there was an experiment that asked a large language model to classify different images. And one of the images that it was asked to classify was of an American astronaut, I believe Eileen Collins, in one of her astronaut costumes. And one of the generations that the image created was that this is an image of an American housewife in an orange jumpsuit with an American flag. So something that was kind of very toxic and very biased. So this potential definitely exists, but a lot of companies are aware that this exists and they try to build in mitigations to ensure that these kind of models are not necessarily outputted in a biased and toxic way. But to a certain degree, it becomes an invariable cat and mouse game because these systems are released into the real world. There's a sense that, they may have these mitigations, there may be these things that are taken into account, but there's always going to be some problems and challenges that exist with the systems. and then users might actually use the systems in real time and exploit them as well.
Thank you. That was a great answer. And I think there's some concerns
We can hear you.
Misinformation and fake news, etc. So the next question: can blockchain tackle the problem?
Do you mind repeating the question, because you just cut out a little bit?
Sure. Yeah. The next question that we have is from Kibora Lucky, and that's regarding how AI and blockchain tangle the problem of fake news, misinformation, and disinformation. So align with the previous questions, but adding the blockchain component to how to address misinformation.
That's honestly something that I haven't thought of super deeply. And in the interest of not spreading further misinformation, I'll say that I don't really know ways in which blockchain could be used to combat misinformation. It's perhaps something that we could kind of look into and something that might be interesting to consider, but it's not something that I've necessarily come across in my research.
Okay, and I think, and so the next question that we have, I think is the last question. A lot of people are concerned, again, I was mentioning about fake news, etc. In regards to the kindness or empathy, how do you build in kindness or empathy into these systems?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there's a lot of different methods that you could use. As an example, one of the significant producers of these systems, Anthropic, they have a set of ideas called constitutional AI, which is a set of rules that kind of governs how AI systems are supposed to operate. So that's one of the ways in which you could do it. A lot of these companies also do something called reinforcement learning through human feedback, where humans are used to kind of identify responses that are helpful, unhelpful, that are harmful, that are not harmful. And in the process, the AI system learns through this kind of representation what might be a good answer versus what might not necessarily be a good answer. So again, there's a lot of different ways you can experiment and a lot of different mitigations that you can employ. But as these systems become more and more capable, this is going to become an area of increasing concern and increasing seriousness, I would say.
All right. If that was the last question, I have maybe one more comment. First of all, thank you very much, Nestor. This was
my pleasure to be here.
incredible. I hope for the audience it was as useful as it was for me to get a refresher about the current state of AI with a little bit touch of Web3. Maybe a quick comment for the audience. The AI index is available for free, right?
Yeah, it's freely available. It's online. If you just Google AI Index Stanford University, you should be able to find it. And I would be very excited if you guys dove into the report and figured out what you needed to figure out about what's going on in the world of AI.
So I can only highly recommend to read the report. I personally, and I told Nestor this a few months ago, I think it comes out in the April timeframe.
Yeah, in the spring, yeah.
So as soon as the AI index report came out, I literally have read it twice.
I didn't believe him at first, but
it's true.
It's true.
It's on the record now.
Serious. Yeah,
it is true.
Very true.
And the reason why it's kind of funny, it's literally that report is 386 or something pages long.
It's long. It's quite a long report.
It is incredibly informative. If you want to look at any aspect of the ecosystems from various angles, it is an unbelievable report. The next one I can't wait for next April to come out. So Nestor, thank you very much for giving an incredible speech and sharing this very incredible information about the AI index report.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. As you all know, we have worked on an incredible worldwide hackathon that we had conducted over the last 6 to 9 months or so. And I would like to bring in somebody else who is calling in from the East Coast of all places. And I would like to welcome Andreas Welch. He is the Vice President and Head of Marketing and Solution Management, Artificial Intelligence at SAP. And he will be introducing himself, as well as the first 3 contestants of our Hackathon Challenge. Andreas, welcome, and over to you.
Hi, Thomas. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and welcome to this first session of the Worldwide AI Hackathon. Like Thomas said, my name is Andreas Welch, and outside of my role at SAP, I'm also super passionate about AI, so you can find me on LinkedIn and learn more about how you can run AI projects with confidence in business. Been working very closely with Thomas and HAI and all the contestants over the course of the last year as part of the hackathon. And over the next 20 minutes, you'll hear from our 3 finalists what their projects are all about. Worldwide AI Hackathon is an exclusive incubator program designed specifically for AI enthusiasts and early-stage AI startups. And after nearly a year of dedicated and hard work, we finally reached this exciting moment. So out of an impressive pool of 1,700 contestants from 88 countries, today we have the privilege of hosting the top 9 finalists. They're representing Africa, Asia, and Europe. So congratulations for all of you for making it this far. Each of our 9 incredible teams has just 5 minutes to present their remarkable products and projects. And I can assure you, you're in for a real treat. We won't have any Q&A today because the anticipation for the results is almost as intense as the competition itself. So the results will be announced tomorrow. Please be sure to stay tuned for that and join us again for the next sessions tomorrow and the announcements of the winners. So now, without further ado, let's jump right into it. Today, we have 3 exciting competition categories. And the first competition focuses on generative AI applications. Generative AI is clearly one of the most impactful and rapidly evolving technologies that brings about a productivity revolution. You see that venture capitalists are investing hundreds of millions of dollars in startups that use AI to generate images, text, and much, much more. So the potential of generative AI itself is immense. And many of us are already using it today on a regular basis, whether it's ChatGPT, Midjourney, or many, many other tools. But generative AI doesn't exist on its own, right? The technology is integrated into applications that users interact with. So let's see what our 3 finalists have been developing and where they're integrating generative AI in applications. So let's start with the first one, and let's give a warm welcome to our first team, ByteHawks. Their project's primary objective is to pioneer an innovative approach to convert CT brain scans into MRI-like images, and vice versa, with the help of generative AI. Please join me in giving a hearty welcome to the ByteHawks team. Morali Patel, the team leader, Arpit Mathur, Priyank Vaidya, Abhinav Sharma, Darshan Mangrola. Thank you for being with us today, and let's get ready for an extraordinary display of talent and innovation. Team ByteHawks, take it away.
Thank you. So is the screen visible?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Today, our team ByteHawks is thrilled to present a solution to you for converting CT scans to MRI and vice versa by harnessing the power of generative AI. This represents a giant leap forward in the healthcare sector with the promise of bridging the gap between the conversion of CT and MRI scans, where AI algorithms play a vital role in transferring the way we interpret and visualize medical data. So now let's take a look at what are the problems with CT and MRI scans and why there is a need for this solution. The first problem is cost. MRI scans can be expensive, as the average cost of an MRI is somewhere around $250 to $300. Apart from this, accessibility of medical equipment may be limited in some regions due to cost constraints. The second point is metal implants. MRI machines use strong magnets, so any metal objects or implants within the body can pose a serious risk. According to statistics, around 80% population of the world has metal implants in their bodies. Thus, such patients may not be eligible for MRI or may require special precautions. The third point is the long duration. MRI scans can take longer than other imaging methods like CT scan, which may be uncomfortable for patients who have difficulty remaining still for extended periods. For example, patients of age group below 15 and above 75. The fourth point is pregnancy concerns. While there is a limited evidence suggesting that MRI is generally safe during pregnancy, it is typically avoided during the first trimester unless absolutely necessary. Hence, to solve these problems, we are introducing an application called Deimaging AI that targets to transit CT scans to MRI and vice versa in a matter of few seconds. This can be a life-saving and cost-effective solution for the patients and doctors. So now let's take a look at a live demo of our application to understand its working. As you can see, this is our website. And Priyank, over to you.
Arpit, the website is not visible.
Okay, just is it visible?
Yeah. So as you can see right over here, this is our website which demonstrates a CT to MRI conversions. Navigating to submit scan. Right over here, there is an option which is given as to submit a CT or an MRI image. First of all, let us select a CT scan image and perform a conversion of CT to MRI. Let's now take a look at what the model generates an output of an MRI image through the generative AI application. As you can see, after the model generates the image, it gets downloaded. And you can see that the image will get ready and will be ready for download. Perform CT MRI conversion.
Yeah, due to some technical glitch, maybe it's not visible right
now. Yeah, it is ready.
Yeah, image is ready, right? So
yeah.
So you can see the image is downloaded from here.
As you can see, the image is has got downloaded. Arpit, can you show that image?
Yeah, just a second. As you can see, this is the image. This is the image here. Is that visible?
Yeah. As you can see, the image has a PSNR value of 57, which is of high resolution and has a pixel density of 256 by 256. This can be easily consulted by the doctors and can be used for various MRI related diagnoses. Moving on with the presentation, over to you, Arpit.
The dataset that we have used is made up from 1,000 images of unpaired MRI and CT scans gathered from various authenticated organizations. We have also pre-processed the data through various stages of according to the needs of our application. Now moving on to the model. The model that we have referred and fine-tuned is a pix-to-pix GAN, which is built on a conditional generative adversarial network. It is a generator discriminator-based model. The main reason for choosing a CGAN is that it has a proven qualities of generating high-resolution images, so that it can be easily analyzed by doctors and experts. In our case, we have received a PSNR of 57 as said by Priyank, which represents a high-quality image. Another advantage of this model is that it conditions the output according to the input and real image, which makes the output much more realistic and usable for medical imaging. Over to you, Priyank.
Team, we're coming up on the 5 minutes. Please wrap it up real quick so we can move on to the next theme as well.
Next slide. We plan to project the solution with the concept of federated learning, in which the licensed hospital downloads a pre-trained model from the centralized cloud. The model is transmitted over the encrypted channels, where both channel ends has the key to access it. In this way, we focus on vertical federated learning can be a crucial potential application. Next slide. Finally, we can say that our model demonstrates an exceptionally good proficiency in translating MRI images to CT scan and vice versa. In It is also able to generate high resolution images so that it can be easily interpreted by doctors. To conclude, the fusion of generative AI with conversion of CT and MRI scans marks a monumental advancement in healthcare. This innovation holds the potential to save millions of lives by reshaping the landscape of medical imaging, enabling us to provide more accurate, timely, and care to patients. Thank you,
Fantastic.
Team ByteHawks.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Popular.
much for this great presentation, Team ByteHawks. Sorry for jumping in. Really want to make sure that we have the 5 minutes for each team. Outstanding presentation, and I'm just so amazed seeing, what's the potential of generative AI in applications, especially when we look beyond the traditional chat-based interaction or the prompt-based interaction that many of us are used to. So great work. Thanks for sharing this with us and sharing it with the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Next, we're excited to introduce WeCycler, a dedicated group of international business and IT students based in the vibrant landscape of Vietnam. They harness the power of conditional generative adversarial networks to revolutionize CT brain scans and MRI imaging. So you see there's a lot of potential in that area. Right? Their mission encompasses improving MRI accessibility, expediting diagnosis, and bridging the CT MRI gap. Please welcome Nguyen Tran to the stage. WeCycler, take it away.
Thank you, Andreas. All right, I think you can see my screen right now, so let's begin. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and having us today. My name is Nguyen, and today I am very proud to represent my team and introduce to you our product, WeCycler. So every year, Vietnam is importing millions of dollars worth of recyclable waste for production input. And to diversify the source, there is a whole domestic system to collect recyclable waste in the nation. And this system saves the government millions of dollars from importing from other countries and provides jobs for all stakeholders involved. But the problem is selling waste requires a lot of information. Not only information about the waste itself, but also how much, how heavy it is, so that a suitable collector can come and collect it. The challenge we want to solve is to help sellers categorize their waste and find the right buyer for them. And that is why WeCycler was born. We call it an AI that asks and an AI that matches. WeCycler can ask sellers custom questions to categorize their waste and then match him with the right buyer. So my friend call it Tinder for recyclable waste, and I think that's an excellent way to put it. And as you can see on the screen, here is the simplified user journey. So the user can just simply scan or entry their data about the waste via a chatbot, and the chatbot will take that information and match them with the right buyers. And in order to achieve those functions, we built our own custom AI model with LangChain and AI21 Labs. And to store a very diverse and complex set of data, we utilize the vector database by Redis to have semantic search for the matching product function. And now let's move on to the business part. In terms of business, there are potential ways to create revenue, such as via transaction fee, listing fee, and internal advertisement fee. And 1 month prior to this final round, we have tested our idea with a really simple MVP and got the total revenue of $400 and 5 recurring customers. I know those number of revenue is not huge, but still it has proven our idea. And through our MVP testing period, we have found a really niche market which can be used to launch a product that is one-time event. For example, when you conduct a painting workshop in the park, and we will come and collect all the waste afterwards. These types of events can leave behind a lot of waste, and they need to have a plan to deal with that in order to get the permit to organize. And that's where we come in. And I think that's a win-win situation. And in the future, there are 2 things we want to do. One is acquiring users, especially business users who are used to the traditional alternative. And second is to expand our product to other segments, such as secondhand tech devices or apparel, etc. And here are some screenshots of our products. So as you can see on the screen, the user can just simply put in a really brief description of the product. In this case, is an old laptop, and the AI will provide questions to further categorize the product. For example, the screen size, the processor speed, etc. You name it. And then all of those data is stored into a vector database, so that it can be retrieved by the buyer for information and to match them with the suitable buyer. Like in this case, it can be processed. And I think that's all for us today with Cycler. And I hope that from this competition, we can really lift this idea off the ground and make something big with it. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Well on time. Thank you so much, Nguyen. And whether you are using generative AI for CT, MRI scans, or in this case, for the world of recycling, it's super exciting. Again, just seeing the potential and all the ideas that you and the contestants have come up with of all the ways where generative AI can be used. So thank you so much for your presentation and your project. So let's move on to the third one in our round. And continuing the presentations in the generative AI application category, we have Panos AI, team of data, AI, and automation enthusiasts who leverage their expertise in redefining traditional approaches, rendering conventional challenges obsolete. They aspire to make workplaces a better environment. Frank, thank you so much for joining me on stage. Why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Andres. Wouldn't it be great if everybody could utilize the 4-day week? I'm Frank from Panos AI, and we try to help companies to make this possible through company-wide process automation. Because first, there's so much unused data, which is very easily accessible. And second, there are also so many companies which still need to increase efficiency and employee and customer satisfaction to stay competitive, ideally by using process automation, data, and AI. But for most of these companies, identifying and evaluating and implementing automation opportunities is still very challenging. Up to 70% of these transformational projects fail, have a very small impact, and companies are missing out a lot of revenue at the end of the year. After traveling the world as human consultants, trying to educate companies on how to strategically automate their business processes, we're now bringing the digital advisor for business process automation to companies. A virtual AI assistant, Microsoft calls this category copilots, which utilizes a domain-specific trained large language model, which is able to answer the 3 most important questions of companies. Where and why to automate? Through automated analysis, utilizing public and internal data, providing a company-wide overview on all automation potentials, including benchmark with the competition and all the necessary details the decision maker needs to make an informed strategic decision. It then recommends specific solutions from partners in the marketplace on software, services, and content, which can be easily compared and purchased. And finally, guides the company through a successful implementation, not only focusing on technology, but also establishing the right culture and collaboration. And with our experience, we can rethink traditional approaches by leveraging state-of-the-art artificial intelligence combined with data and business process automation to overcome the major challenges solutions bring today. It takes too much time, money, effort, or they leave a lot of unanswered questions. And with the power of large language models, we want to build the future ecosystem for automating the automation, where companies can very easily, fast, inexpensive, sustainable, and scalable run their strategic automation initiatives with positive impact not only on efficiency, but also on people, skills, and culture. And with the help of and the power of large language models and generative AI, we can bring this to almost any company in any industry. We already gathered data about more than 2 million companies, which we're now starting to win as subscribers. based on freemium until a monthly subscription fee, and connecting their needs to more than 220,000 partners in the marketplace where we receive a commission fee up to 10%. And all of that happens in a market where companies spend over 1 trillion on intelligent automation solutions. But we have been told multiple times this year that it's not possible what we try to achieve. So we took the opportunity with the hackathon to prove it's possible. We built our first MVP, which is able to analyze already more than 27,000 companies in Germany and show them specifically by location, function, role, and employees, which AI and startup solutions they can already leverage to improve their business process and make them more efficient, including the details about the benefit in whatever language and the calculation of the impact on the overall business. We just released this MVP last week during the World Exhibition of Digital Transformation here in Germany by Deutsche Telekom, where we not only processed a lot of data sponsored by Deutsche Telekom and Microsoft, but also received huge interest and a lot of feedback, resulting in 250 qualified leads. And to make this platform globally available to at least the 2 million companies where we already have data on, we need your help. As a business angel or investor, joining as a talent, or an early customer or partner. So please reach out and let's make work a better place together. Thank you.
So, Frank, that was an awesome presentation. Way to pitch Panos AI, and looking at the stats that you've presented at the beginning and also the impact towards the end, it's clear that there is a real use case for a solution like yours. So thank you so much for sharing it. And like you said, there's a lot of data like sand by the sea. And looking at this picture, wouldn't that be awesome if we got to sit and lay there right now and enjoy the sunshine? But I think first we need to do a little bit more work. So again, thank you so much for being with us and for your exciting presentation. Also to you in the audience. Yeah, of course. And thanks to you in the audience as well for joining us. We're super excited to see our next finalists and to find out who the winners of each category is going to be. We'll find it out tomorrow. And I'm sure you're just excited as we are. So we'll be back in about 45 minutes to hear from the finalists in the synthetic data category. Thank you for joining and see you back here in a bit. Bye-bye.
And I like to say good morning, everyone, again. Combined with the upcoming session in around an hour, Remarkable Woman in AI, the gender diversity is clearly represented in today's summit. And I just thought that I would mention that because the next presentation here is literally all women. And I am the only person here on this call who is actually, a man, and I am not in the VC business. So I'm welcome everybody. We have unfortunately one person who couldn't make it, but with that, I do see everybody here on the call. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm joined by 4 very well respected female venture capital investors who provided us some insights about the current state of the market. So for example, how does a hype cycle influence investment decisions? What are the criteria of investors around value creation, applied AI, generative AI, or blockchain applications? These are just some of the topics we would like to explore today. Before we dive deeper into the questions and allow the audience to ask questions at the very end, I would like to ask each one of the speakers to introduce themselves and tell us about your background, your firm, and the current activities, and so on and so on. So let me start with Rashmi Gopinath, the general partner at B Capital. Please, Rashmi, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Thomas, and really nice to meet everyone. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person, but excited to be talking about this topic of AI. Quick introduction, I'm a general partner at B Capital. We're a global growth stage equity firm, typically investing in Series B through late stages across different sectors in enterprise software. We've been around since 2016, so about 7 years now. 160 portfolio companies, about 6.5 billion assets under management. Our definition of enterprise is quite broad. We look at investing across different topics like cloud infrastructure, cyber, DevOps, data infrastructure, AI, and application software, as well as vertical areas like healthcare, fintech, supply chain, climate, logistics. So fairly broad mandate on the enterprise B2B side. And our focus is global. So we have portfolio companies across North America, LATAM, Europe, Asia, and Israel. We have a strong partnership with the Boston Consulting Group, who we partner with quite closely on the post-investment side to provide value to our portfolio companies through their network. Quick background on myself, I've been at B Capital for about 4 years now. Prior to this was at Microsoft Ventures and Intel Capital. Before that, I've been on the investing side since 2011. And then prior to that was on the operating side, where I've built products for Oracle and GE. And then I was at 2 startups. One was a cloud infrastructure startup that brought virtualization to big data deployments, ran most of the go-to-market teams there. And then was at a NoSQL database startup in the Valley called Couchbase, again on the business development team there. Really excited to talk about generative AI. We've been spending a lot of time in this space, and we believe it's one of the important technology innovations that has truly the ability to change the way we work and live.
Thank you, Rashmi. This was very insightful. Appreciate it. So next up, I would like to invite Eva Maria Olbers, the operating partner at Point72 Ventures. Thanks for joining us today. And I think you are calling in from remote, right? You are in Germany right now, but based here.
Yes, that's correct. No, I'm currently dialing in from Germany.
Welcome. Stage is yours.
Thanks so much, Thomas, and thanks so much for organizing and for hosting and having me in today's panel discussion. So my name is Eva Maria Olbers. I'm an operating partner at Point72 Ventures. Our fund focuses on a number of different verticals, including enterprise tech, fintech, and of course, as well, deep tech and AI, which is what my team focuses on. Our investment mandate is fairly stage agnostic. So we do invest in everything from seed stage all the way to growth stage. So we try to be partners for our portcos along the journey of growth, so to speak. And Point72 Ventures is affiliated to the hedge fund Point72, which some may be familiar with, which is led by Steve Cohen. I have been with the firm for about 4 years now, and my role is a little bit more focused on the post-investment side of the venture capital world. So specifically, I work with AI companies and deep tech companies after investment to help them grow, to help connect them to resources, and make sure that they're as successful as they can be. A little bit on my own personal background. So I started my career at the Boston Consulting Group, actually back in Germany here. And then very quickly fell in love with AI and machine learning. So joined a high growth machine learning company in the education space and led business development there for some years. Then I was at the Microsoft Ventures Accelerator in London before coming over here to Silicon Valley, where I joined Point72 Ventures. Generative AI, AI in general, as Rashmi has said, is obviously an incredibly exciting topic. Something that I think all of us have heard more and more about, and we're all still trying to figure it out. So I'm very excited for today's discussion and to also learn from my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva Maria, for sharing your experience, and hope you're coming back soon, right? Next up, I would like to invite Radhika Liengar, founding partner at StarChain Ventures. Welcome to this group of incredible women. And Radhika, Ileana, the stage is yours. Tongue breaker.
Thanks, Thomas. Great to be here. Great to be organizing the summit as well with you and collaborating on many things. So I'm Radhika Iyengar. I am a founding partner at StarChain Ventures. We are a venture studio based here in Silicon Valley. We've been around, we just celebrated our 5th anniversary. So it's been very exciting 5 years operating in the space of Web3 and specifically in combination with other technologies like AI or IoT and others. We are very much, our thesis is really born out of the book that we co-authored, which was Enterprise Blockchain Has Arrived. And it's really talking about the many, many use cases that utilize the full technology stack, which of course for us has Web3 as a foundational underpinning. But it really is at the convergence of technologies that we focus on. We are very much focusing on many different areas. Enterprise use cases is really where we are focused on. And that ranges from healthcare to fintech to supply chain logistics to cybersecurity and others. And so really our thesis is how can we create a much more impactful world globally, using these technologies to create the greatest amount of impact that we can have. So this is very much a part of our thesis, is that it's people, planet, and technology, technologies being the great enabler that facilitates all of that. For me personally, I'm a top 100 women of the future. I'm a TEDx speaker, speak prolifically on this subject and keynoted so many of the conferences worldwide, and very much sharing my passion for this technology as a transformative, game-changing set of the tools that we have in this technology stack. And I'll just add that, the main thesis here for me personally is that, when we go through different cycles, I've certainly seen so many of the tech cycles. I started my life in semiconductors at the advent of something called the internet. So for me, it feels a little bit like a deja vu. We are at another big inflection point in technology. It's very, very exciting to see all of these technologies combined. So pleasure to be here with all of you and looking forward to our panel discussion.
Thank you, Radhika, very much for sharing. And by the way, I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow morning for joining me at the opening speech. And you have a big role tomorrow with your own stage and keynote towards the end of the day, because you're so heavily into Web3. So looking forward to meeting you and seeing you in person tomorrow in the studio. With that, last but not least, I'd like to invite Yvonne Lutsch, investment principal at Bosch Ventures. And she was so kind to join me here physically in the studio. Yvonne, thank you very much for coming, and the stage is yours.
Thanks for the invitation, Thomas. So at least you're not alone.
Yeah, thank you.
On the green screen here. My name is Yvonne Lutsch. I'm an investor at Bosch Ventures, and we are the corporate venture capital arm of the Bosch Corporation. We do invest kind of stage agnostic, but rather on the early side in startups across the world. We have offices in Silicon Valley, in Boston, in Germany, in Israel, and in China. And these are the geographies we are active in. We are very much structured like a financial VC. That means we invest with a very strong financial return focus, but of course we want to see some strategic relevance to the Bosch Corporation. And if you know the Bosch Corporation, we are international, but also very, very broad in terms of areas where Bosch is active. This is mobility, building technology, consumer goods, and also industrial technology. So these are the areas we are principally interested in. But we very much invest in deep tech, in technologies that are changing the paradigm, like generative AI. This is everywhere, and we are talking about generative AI for sure during this discussion here. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Germany. Apparently, I have been with the Bosch Corporation for more than 21 years now. My first half of my life at Bosch was in very operational roles in the semiconductor space mostly. And now for almost 6 years, I am an investor here in US.
Yvonne, thank you very much. And to all of you here, so for all of you to provide a rich overview of your experience and background. So we have a list of questions prepared, and I will get right into it. And I would actually like to combine the first two questions if I can. So the first one is, what are some of the opportunities that excites you in AI this year and in the next 3 years? The second one, and you can freely combine them, is what are some of the challenges you see, especially as an investor in AI, but also Web3, if it's applicable to you? Maybe I give the floor first to Yvonne, please.
Yeah, so first question, things we are excited about. Of course, we are all excited about generative AI. I mean, almost everyone tried ChatGPT or tried to generate some images, and you see very quickly, you know, how this is very exciting because all of a sudden things happen that were not possible in the past. But of course, it's important to see what are the implications for Bosch, for the corporation, for, you know, real world industrial use cases, enterprise use cases. And I see with AI, and particularly with large language models, with generative AI, that business operations can be improved a lot. The Bosch Corporation can finally really make use of all the data the enterprise collected in the last years. And you can much more easily dig into this data. You ask the data questions with generative AI, and it gives you good answers on how business processes are running, what are the insights, and how you can improve processes. That's what I see like in the short term. In the next 3 years, I was thinking about it. There's one particular topic I'm interested about, at least to say, because as a physicist by training, you know, I love to read science fiction. And actually, I think that generative AI has a large influence in how we will build and how robots will be deployed in the near future, because with generative AI, you can teach robots new tasks, ubiquitous tasks, much easier. And there are a lot of companies recently, some of them were around for a while already, like Boston Dynamics, but there are new robotics companies coming up, and they show with the help of generative AI how fast these robots can learn. And these robots can help humans with doing very tedious, hard for your body labor work intensive tasks. And I think that's an area that will definitely become much bigger in the next couple of years.
Thank you. Next, maybe I can invite Rashmi to the conversation. Your feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe I'll combine both your challenges question as well as what we see as opportunities that we're excited about. So we actually polled a number of CXOs in terms of what are their top priorities with AI and generative AI, and what are some of the challenges that they're seeing. And I would say the challenges kind of fall into 3 buckets, and those 3 buckets then tie into the areas that we're excited about. The first one is just around the complexity and how do you even get started. Now, many of us who've tried the ChatGPT version of OpenAI or a DALL-E version are blown away by how simple it is to just ask a question and then you get the response that you need. But as an enterprise, if you're trying to work with an open source foundational model, train it very specifically for the enterprise data that you have, make sure all of your corner cases are well planned and well adjusted for, so that the outputs are going to be more consistent and accurate, it's actually pretty tough to get going. And you need a fair degree of technical expertise to be able to put all those pieces in place to create a contextual model that is going to be applicable for your enterprise use case. And so in tandem with that, the area that we're excited about is the platform or the ops capability around the generative AI infrastructure, which can help enterprises get up and running pretty quickly. These can provide the right infrastructure for them to be able to test out different open source models or even the closed source foundational models, be able to bring their data sets to it, apply different training data sets to create the models that will generate accurate, consistent results with getting that insight on how much does it cost for them to run these at scale. So that I would say is one area, and the ops side can be everything from fine-tuning models to putting together the data infrastructure to apply access control policies to the existing data sets to bring into these, to observability of models, version controlling of both the data sets and the models themselves. So a lot to kind of pack in that ops side. The second key challenge that we hear quite frequently is the challenge around security and data privacy and governance, where I think the key concern that most enterprises have is you don't want to upload your data sets into a black box where you don't know how that data is going to be used. And so having control on the training data, which in many cases is pretty much their competitive moat, is highly critical for them, as well as the security of the AI models, where there's again a high risk of injection risks at the prompt side or at the data side, hallucinations that we've seen many of these models create, because a key challenge again with the foundational models is they're trained on freely available internet data. And if you use that to ask a very specific question for an enterprise use case, you might get an answer which is not accurate. And so there's a number of startups that we're seeing that are helping address that security, data privacy, model hallucination challenges. And so that's something that we're excited about, where we're spending a lot of time in. And then the third piece is around the compute infrastructure side, where we're all quite familiar with the supply challenges with GPUs, especially for training these large language models, and how the cost can spiral up pretty quickly. And that is also a key concern that many enterprises have, which is nobody has a free-for-all budget where you can just allocate millions of dollars into an experimentation project. And so figuring out how do we bring some of these costs under control? And that can mean a different compute infrastructure architecture, which maybe uses a combination of CPUs or GPUs, or applying some sort of an acceleration layer on top of the existing compute infrastructure to make it more feasible to run these training workloads at a much cost-effective manner. And so to the emergence of specialized GPU clouds that we're also seeing. So again, a lot of innovation within that compute infrastructure layer, which we're also quite excited about. So that hopefully addresses both parts of your questions.
It does. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, maybe Eva Maria, give me your thoughts, or give us your thoughts, and also maybe bring in the different perspectives of what's needed, what's required, what the Europeans are looking for, and also how that applies to the North American market.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in terms of opportunities and what excites me personally, I think there's a lot, when we talk about generative AI, we often think about generative text, but there's also generative video, there's generative voice. So we have actually seen a lot of really interesting companies emerge, startups emerge in those different spaces within the generative AI space. So personally, I think there's a lot that we can look forward to and exciting innovations that we can see. In terms of actual industries, so I think artificial intelligence has tremendous potential in the healthcare space. We heard a little bit about that earlier today. Customer service space, especially for Gen AI, is again a lot of developments that we see. And of course, supply chain as well, especially given the recent COVID-19 pandemic that has shown certain shortcomings, and how can we leverage AI to overcome those. And another opportunity that really excites me is the low and no code AI, which will increasingly open up access to different players within the market with potentially less sophistication in the coding space to access and develop on top of open applications as well. In terms of challenges, and I'm trying to address this question a little bit from an investor's perspective, the market is a little bit overcrowded, right? As with any hype that comes, suddenly we see so many Gen AI startups out there, and it's particularly challenging to discern between what are actual Gen AI startups and which ones potentially are not. So I'm not sure if my fellow panelists have come across similar challenges, but there's a lot of overflooding in the market, and some very careful differentiation is needed. I also think there are some challenges for some of those Gen AI startups to find early product market fit. AI startups often struggle with that because it's a little bit harder to show traction very early on. There's a lot of in-depth development that happens at the beginning. So not really a barrier, just something to be aware of that is a hurdle as these companies start and continue to grow. And then the last challenge I wanted to mention, and I think, Thomas, to your point about European versus American market, I think we need a lot more focus on actual ethical applications of Gen AI and AI. I think Europe has done a tremendous job looking at ethics, making sure that there is less data bias, making sure that there is an adequate amount of regulation. And the US is also now very much looking into that space and kind of catching up when it comes to that space. So I think, again, there's opportunities here. There are some differences on both sides of the Atlantic. And then, of course, both countries or continents have different types of innovation in terms of radical versus incremental, for instance. And they also have different sectors that they specialize in: semiconductor space, automotive space, for example. Germany is very strong in. And as a result of that, we see a lot of AI and Gen AI applications that are really emerging in that space as well. So lots of other thoughts, but I'll quickly stop here. Those are some of the main opportunities and also challenges that I currently observe.
Great. Thank you, Eva Maria. Appreciate it. So before I go to Radhika, I have a question. This morning, you may have seen the session with the famous robot, Desi. And she had this 3D perceptual camera on her chest, which she needs to explore the environment that she is moving in. And what I liked at that presentation and the technologies, it's a combination of Web3, blockchain, as well as AI, and obviously robotics. Now, Yvonne, you mentioned earlier about robotics. There are very interesting use cases. I personally must say I'm a huge favor in looking in AI, particularly in the applied AI arena, not just generative AI, which is the current hype right now because ChatGPT is what is in everybody's mind. And the reason why I'm setting the stage is I know very well that Radhika is very, very much into the combination of the two things. There is AI, and then there is the AI going into the space of Web3. And then there's also the real use cases that are kind of in between. So maybe you can address, based on your answers, these kind of the combination of all of that. And if I am a startup person now listening to this conversation, what is it? What should I do? What should I look into that actually every one of you would actually take my phone call and listen to my pitch?
There's a lot to unpack there.
Right.
I'll just say this, absolutely. I mean, I think our focus is very much at the convergence of Web3 plus other technologies. So AI, IoT, robotics, all of the above, really, because first of all, I think we approach it much to align with Rashmi, for example, very enterprise sort of lens on this. That's really where we're seeing the early use cases happening for the combination of Web3 and AI. And when I say Web3, I mean, people, you should listen to the keynote, by the way, tomorrow that we're giving on this topic, which is all about enterprise use cases in Web3 and AI. But really, it's not just the crypto conversation. Everybody just kind of conflates the two and say Web3 is only crypto. Crypto is just an application. So we're really focusing on the foundational technologies, much like the internet is a foundational technology, and then you have other things that you can do with it. But more importantly, there are things that Web 2 for us just fails, abysmally at, which is, secure source of truth. So where does the data come from? What you're doing with it that is unalterable or not tamperable or non-hackable. These are things that are incredibly, incredibly important. So to echo what Rashmi said, which is you're looking at critical infrastructure, you're looking at foundational sort of layers, you're looking at really having the right enablement tools right at the foundation so that you can then build very quickly on top of that. But what is missing in a lot of the Web 2 applications of AI that we're seeing is it's just not intelligent enough. So I often talk about, rather provocatively, is saying we need to put the big I back into AI. It feels very much like a small I to me and to us at StarChain Ventures. What we're looking for is next generation tools that really take into account the responsible use of this technology. We can't just build things in a vacuum and expect that it's going to have the intended consequences. So a lot of the caveats that we're seeing, the challenges that we're seeing, whether it's hallucination, whether it's LLMs that are too narrow, that are biased, all of those things can be solved when you have a decentralized infrastructure at the bottom layer. And I'm going to give credit to Janet Adams, who had a brilliant keynote this morning, talking about that future that we can see with AI that does take care of many of these inconsistencies and holes when it comes to how we treat data. So the entire data story really has to be rethought. If we're building on a foundation that is flawed, the outcome is also going to be flawed. It is very much garbage in is garbage out. So that's kind of what we're focusing on, is what can we build today that really addresses tomorrow? We are venture operators, to be clear. So we are working very actively with our portcos and our partners to build these solutions. We are technologists ourselves, so we're very, very keenly focused on how do we build sustainable, responsible solutions for tomorrow that are going to address large global challenges. And I think that, you know, as venture operators, what we're looking for is those collaborative opportunities with any host of ecosystem partners to really deliver the promise of what can be tomorrow. So if you listen to Janet's keynote this morning, she talked about current LLMs and ChatGPT, for example, being very rudimentary because it's just trying to statistically guess the right next word or the right next response. That's really not what we need for the future. What we need for the future is artificial general intelligence, and a little bit more intelligence part of it is really what we're focused on. But that has to be based on the decentralized construct. And so for us, our thesis is very much centered around how decentralized everything really opens up the field for more people to participate so that we don't end up with the bias that we have clearly available today. I don't know if any of you looked at the book by Joy Buolamwini called Unmasking AI. If you haven't, take a look at it. It really talks about some of these very, very critical foundational problems. We need a diverse set of people working on these solutions. We can't have the same group of people, you know, developing things over and over. So what we look at from a venture studio perspective is how can we collaborate with diverse founders globally to really reimagine and rethink the world that we can see and really take care of some of these failings from a foundational level. The last thing that I wanted to talk about is, you know, it's really important to, I think, have that secure source of truth, like I said. So the entire layer has to be secure from beginning to end. Otherwise, we do end up with gaps. And these gaps are going to lead at the most benign level to hallucinations, but at a more egregious level can have very severe unintended consequences. So with the power of amazing technologies, we have to be much more thoughtful and responsible of how we're actually implementing this technology. The kinds of solutions, the kinds of companies that we are partnering with, that we are really developing solutions with, are really taking into account all of the corrections, if you will, that we need to have in place so that we can end up at the right place in the future and not say, wow, what just happened here? We are at a very, very unique and exciting point in time. And it is incredibly important to have that responsible, ethical, thoughtful approach to technology. I sit on the task force called the Blockchain Working Group that advises Governor Newsom and California State Legislature on the applications and implications of this technology. And it is, a really important role that we played back in 2019 and 2020, looking and really presenting our findings and our conclusions of where California, with 40 million residents, ought to look at. So this is not about technology for the few, it's technology for the many. But we have to make sure that everything is safeguarded. Data privacy, security, these are things that are not add-ons. These are foundational sorts of layers. And so for us, our thesis is very much rooted that it's going to be a decentralized everything that is going to be the construct for the future, for the present and for the future. I hope that addresses some of the things that you're thinking about, Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So looking back, and I like to start with Yvonne, because you're also representing a giant corporation with a corporate venture arm. But if we look at over the last 4 weeks, I literally have met 4 people here in Silicon Valley alone who are starting companies, startup companies, early stage, who are looking into a sub-flavor of generative AI. And we learned this morning also from Nestor from Stanford HAI that training a model like ChatGPT for a big corporation costs you millions and millions of dollars, which nobody really can afford. So everybody's looking at a little bit of a subset. But in general, let me read one of the other questions. Is generative AI a bubble or really transforming the world like the internet and smartphone did? And as you address these questions, I would like to not just dive into the generative AI, because it's in my opinion, at least, it's an overhyped kind of a term, because there's so many other flavors of AI. So yes, we all confirmed here that we are in a hype cycle, but I think the hype cycle is, I would say, accelerated by the introduction of ChatGPT, because now it's visible to everybody. It's like in 1996, 1994, when Mosaic came out, and all of a sudden we were all internet companies, and we had a .com behind us, and we were all expert on internet, and now everybody's an expert on AI. So rephrasing the question, are we in a bubble? Is generative AI something that is overhyped right now? And if so, what is the real flavor of AI that really changes the world from a practical perspective that you would invest in?
I think it's definitely overhyped, but I think it's also transforming the world, like the internet did as well. I mean, you mentioned it, right? There was a lot of a bubble in the early 2000s, in the late 90s, but of course, some real stuff survived, and we cannot think about a world without the internet anymore. And I think that will be the same in a couple of years. We cannot think about a world without responsible AI anymore. And generative AI is, I think, but it's a very, very strong accelerator, because I think Eva Maria talked about no code, low code. For me, like this large language models and these gigantic models that are very expensive and trade on the internet are a very sophisticated user interface to some extent. And this very nice, sophisticated user interface enables other, I think, more serious enterprise-related solutions to develop faster. Regular people can probably, develop an AI model, can maybe even train it, and can deploy it much, much easier than when we talked about machine learning AI 5 years ago. Everyone was talking about a lack of data scientists. Maybe generative AI can actually help to get over this lack of talent. On the other hand, you need new talent, right, to program the new AI. But I think in many, many cases, it's a very, very beautiful and a very powerful user interface, and also taking away a lot of fear, because regular people can do many, many more things much easier.
Agree, 100%. Anybody else wants to comment on the question? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll comment. I think that the promise is amazing. It's fantastic. I mean, I want to drink of that Kool-Aid as well. But I think that the caveats for me are just incredibly important. You know, the internet is just a communication protocol. That's all it was ever meant to be. It's TCP/IP based, right? So it was never meant to be about security or privacy or any of these other things that we are really finding to be insurmountably important. I mean, they're just incredibly important, right? And so as we move forward into the future, we can't just build on Web2 constructs, which are really only about communication. They don't really take into account all the other things that we need at this point in time. So I think that this is the opportunity as well as the challenge. There are many deficiencies in the large language models existing today. I urge you to take a look at SingularityNet's Zarka LLM, which is a truly decentralized LLM, which really looks at how do we correct a lot of the failings that we have in Web2 based or large language models that are Web2 based. Again, the quality, integrity, completeness, inclusivity of that data is absolutely critically important as we move into the future. Otherwise, we're building things and potentially, and I agree that, you know, technology should be useful. It should have a UI that is really easy to use, no code, all of that. Absolutely, the user experience, I think delivering that experience is really important, but that foundation is I can't be passionate enough to deliver that foundation is really something we ought to take care of. Otherwise, we're going to have a whole host of unintended consequences. And if you think that these unintended consequences are isolated or in a vacuum, they're not. They quickly proliferate upon themselves. Gen AI has that capability of generating upon itself. And that's why we have some of these caveats, these challenges that we're seeing. And if we don't fix it foundationally, I'm worried that we'll wake up 5 years, 10 years into the future saying, oh my God, what just happened?
Thank you very much. Rashmi and Eva Maria, maybe based on what we just heard, what are the kind of startup technologies that you would like to see that you either haven't seen enough or it's not good enough, that you believe there is a use case, there is a need out there that you would actually write a check to?
Yeah, from our standpoint, I would say, going back to your previous question a bit as well, if you ask any investor that's investing in AI or generative AI, I think the unanimous answer is it is overhyped. And that's pretty obvious from the size of the rounds, the valuations of these rounds, companies coming off the gate at a seed round, raising at $500 million. I think we're probably even more optimistic about how big these companies can grow than what we were back in 2021 in certain ways. But at the same time, I think in terms of where we'd be really excited to see true innovation come through is solving those pain points that are very specific to, again, the focus that we have on the enterprise side. So I'm going to kind of stay on that, but there's obviously a lot to do on the consumer side as well. On the enterprise side, solving those true pain points, I think the initial wave of companies that we have seen a lot of focus obviously came out of the OpenAI kind of a world where it was ask any question of the internet that you want to have it summarize, documents if you upload any structured or unstructured documents to it, create images or create a voice, very B2C kind of applications. On the enterprise side, I would say the early wave that we're seeing fall a lot into that productivity and collaboration bucket, where it's around help me draft an email, help me write sales content, marketing content, help me sync up calendars, which honestly, I worry about the ability for startups to truly become large independent companies in this category, given that this is a space that the tech giants like the Microsofts and the Googles are coming in pretty aggressively. And given the distribution that they already have with their platforms, like Microsoft announced they're integrating Copilot with Word and PowerPoint, with Outlook. Google's doing the same across all of their assets, including their storage assets as well. I think that the startups are really going to struggle to compete against the distribution network that the tech giants have on these very horizontal applications that, again, if you're a startup, all you have is an OpenAI shim around something. You really can't compete against what these large companies are going to go after. But the space that could be very interesting is on those vertical applications. Eva Maria talked about some of the applications on the healthcare side. I think on the drug discovery side, as an example, there's great ways to bring together the domain expertise that startups have in building models that can be highly contextualized for this use case, and then selling to or partnering with the pharma companies to get access to the data sets and create something that can be truly transformational and helping reduce the time that it takes to test out new compounds or leverage the models to help reduce that time to take a drug out to market. Same on the financial services side. Again, if we bring in the ability to match the data sets that enterprises have with the ability for startups to create something that can help them create models to help on loan origination, fraud, KYC, AML, I think that can be truly transformational. So that's something that we're excited about. I would love to see more of that, is what would be those true needle-moving impacts that we can have on those industry, enterprise, sector-based use cases.
Excellent, thank you. And last but not least, before we take just some limited questions from the audience, Eva Maria, what is your thought about this?
Yes, absolutely. So a lot of really, really great points have already been made. So I'll keep it somewhat short. But what I find so fascinating about generative AI and AI in general is that, you know, the conventional business model of a creator and essentially a customer, that is now over because the customer has become the creator and vice versa. So we're really looking at a different type of industry going forward. So I personally find startups and innovations interesting that make exactly that pathway easier so that the creator can create more easily in the Gen AI space. So specifically, that means for me, ML ops, so machine learning operations. We talked about this a little bit already on this panel. So making sure that that is something that is available to everyone using and creating in Gen AI. The second piece is transparency. So really making it more transparent and easy to understand how those models and LLMs are being used. And then the third one is education. We need highly educated users who are also creators, as mentioned earlier. So startups that are really addressing those three core fundamental challenges that are already existing and will continue to grow and exist is something that I am personally very interested in. And just really briefly, to your previous question, is it overhyped? Absolutely. Is it here to stay? Absolutely, even more so.
That's a nice summary, and I 100% agree with you. Thank you very much. So we are a little bit tight on time, but there are many questions I was informed in the queue. We have a few more minutes left, and I will pick just the top two questions, or maybe just one. And I would like one of you to just address it. So please, Sonia, if you have a question, please share.
Yes, I think the very relevant question for our panelists: how can we empower women in academia or even in the corporate world in order to truly have gender diversity in AI? From Simone Marikit.
Thank you for the question. We obviously have 4 women here on the panel. At the same time, in half an hour, we have an entire remarkable woman in AI session as well. But if one of you here wants to take on that question, please feel free.
I'll jump in. I'm, not only a top 100 women of the future, but I'm also helping to support the actual project. The idea is that we do need to see more women in leadership, visibly out there. Women, diversity in general is going to be a central, critical component to building a better future. And we do absolutely need it to be inclusive. It's interesting to talk about, people call women a minority. We're actually not a minority at all. So, when I hear that we're a minority group, I was saying, that is statistically false, right? That we are not a minority, yet we are considered this marginalized or minority group. And while we are underrepresented, we are certainly not a minority. So I know that, you know, many organizations that I'm in touch with, and I'm happy to put anybody in touch with these organizations, are really focused on putting the spotlight on the great role that women are going to need to play for the future. Certainly by the year 2030, I think we're going to be at nearly 80% purchasing power worldwide. So I know that, you know, from our influence worldwide, we absolutely need to be the developers of the future. We absolutely need to have the female perspective included in creating this more inclusive tomorrow.
One more question. Just a short.
Sure. One more. So the next question is when do we expect Web3 to play a more active role in tech and the network market? From Ashish Amand.
I guess that's sort of directed to me. I don't know if this is West, but I'm glad to have anybody else respond to that.
Well, on this panel, you know what? Actually, tomorrow we have an entire day.
Yeah, we do have. Yeah, I wonder whether we can maybe table that, because stay tuned for the keynote tomorrow, because there's going to be a lot to unpack there.
Exactly. Let's have one other question, an AI related question or a general question.
Yep.
Tomorrow
this is
the big day for Web3.
Perfect. We'll save that for tomorrow. So the next question is, how can we use AI to understand and develop guardrails for governance and regulations? From Bo Dalby.
Ooh. Who wants to take that with a brief answer? Yvonne?
I have to think about that.
Okay. Quick, somebody.
I'll just say, yeah, decentralization is going to be key for that. I mean, that is what Web3 is specifically designed to do, is governance and decentralized frameworks as guardrails. So that's just a, you know, again, stay tuned for a really exciting day tomorrow on this very topic.
And
all right, so tomorrow is Ifa Maria, please go ahead.
Just one quick thought from my end on this topic. It needs to be application-based guardrails and application-based regulation. I think one of the biggest issues we have with regulation is that it's a blanket or umbrella approach. So leveraging AI to make sure it is very much fine-tuned to that specific application, I think that's the way forward here.
Excellent. With that, right on time, I very much appreciate all you speakers. Yvonne, thank you very much for being here in person. I really appreciate that. And with that, this session is concluded and we are going to move to the next one. Thank you very much, everybody. Competition announcement, the second group of the hackathon. This one, I would like to invite my good friend coming and dialing in all the way over from Spain, Jesus. Jesus Hormick is the Chief of Cloud and AI Officer for Screening Eagle Technologies. Here he is. Thank you very much on screen. Jesus, good to see you. And you have the honor to present the next batch of the second challenge that we have in our hackathon. With that, I would like to give it over to you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the grand finale of the hackathon. The availability and quality of data plays a pivotal role in the development and success of AI applications, as you know. And data is the lifeblood of AI. It fuels machine learning algorithms, enabling them to recognize patterns, make predictions, and solve complex problems. However, the reality is that obtaining and curating large, diverse, and high-quality datasets can be a significant challenge. And this is where synthetic data comes into play. Synthetic data refers to artificially generated data that mimics real-world data that is created by mathematical models and algorithms rather than being collected from the real world. It is a groundbreaking solution that has the potential to transform the landscape of AI development. Some of the key points to consider in the real world of synthetic data are the data scarcity and privacy concerns, as Rashmi from the Capital mentioned before, or the diverse and controlled data generation. Synthetic data enables the creation of diverse datasets, cover the wide range of scenarios, and edge cases that you cannot cover with real data sets. Also, data augmentation, which is a common in machine learning, that augmenting the data to increase the size and diversity artificially. Synthetic data can be used in this case alongside real data to further enhance and train the training process, making AI models more robust and accurate. Also, a very important point raised by Radhika and Eva Maria before is reducing bias. I mean, bias is a big problem in AI, and it's a huge and significant concern. So synthetic data allows developers to create balanced data sets, reducing all these biases that may be present in the real world data, actually the one that's present freely on the internet. Also, there's applications in various fields. Like synthetic data is not just limited to specific industries. One can create data for healthcare, autonomous vehicles, finance, retail, and countless other sectors. As we look into the future of artificial intelligence, synthetic data holds some tremendous promise. It is a powerful tool that can help us overcome data limitations, enhance the model performance, and build a more ethical and equitable AI system. In the coming sessions, you will have the opportunity to discover how synthetic data is being applied by some of our participants. Let's move on straight away onto the second competition, which revolves around this topic. Today, we have the privilege of hosting the top 3 finalists. And first in our list, let's extend a warm welcome to Shirish Singh team. Their project promotes an innovation in the sector with limited real data sets, encouraging the utilization of synthetic data. Overcoming the primary challenge of synthetic data quality, Shirish Singh's team offers a solution that involves comparing synthetic data with real data through statistical tests, ensuring that the data is fit for use. This approach increases the trust in synthetic data and consequently enhances its adoption. This team is formed by Shirish Singh, Aryan Aragwal, Vanessa Dietze, Ragwal Kaushal. Please, let's have Shirish Singh on stage, please.
Hello, everyone. Our project is in the synthetic data applications category of the contest. The project is about driving the adoption of synthetic data in the industries and the scenarios where real data is very limited or severely restricted because of the regulatory or privacy concerns. If you do a Google search to find what are the challenges in the synthetic data adoption, the topmost challenge comes as a lack of trust or lack of accuracy in the synthetic data. Our solution compares synthetic data with real data using a series of statistical tests and inspects whether the data is fit to use, whether it accurately captures the structure and the patterns of the real data. This will increase the trust in the synthetic data and in turn will increase the synthetic data adoption. This diagram is a representation of a workflow wherein on the left hand side the data scientist can start with limited set of the real data. They can use the existing data generation tools like mostly AI or Gretel or HAAS. And after that they can integrate our solution to identify fitness of use and the data validation. They will get the RX report. The reason we are calling this RX report is that it is very, very similar to a health check report, wherein any of your health parameter which is out of the specified range, doctors looks at it and then give you a medication or there is an intervention required. In the similar fashion, we will also run each and every variable which is synthetically generated through the series of statistical tests and will give a report to the users saying that whether it passes a particular test or not, and they can choose and decide how do they can fine-tune it for the purpose of their further model building. These are some of the screenshots of the RX report. What we did as a part of this activity is that we looked at Titanic dataset from Kaggle. The challenge in Kaggle was to find or predict whether the particular passenger survived or not. There are some 900 passengers on that list. We run it through two different tools, mostly AI and Gradle, and ask these tools to give us 10x of the data. So these tools gave the synthetic data, and then we run it through the series of tests. Since this was a tabular data, we looked at a certain series of the data. Our solution covers two types of the data. One is a tabular data, and another one is a matrix data, like the image data sets. So we have different sets of statistical tests depending on the type of the data. So users will get this pass-fail kind of a report. This is a very, very good example wherein most of the parameters or variables are passing the tests. Only one is there. That too, it's not very difficult one to kind of fix and fine-tune. On the right-hand side, you can also see in a pictorial form that how the distribution looks like of synthetic data versus the real data set. We recently released this library just about 2 days back. We already have 400 plus downloads. It's very encouraging sign for us. So here also, all the participants, viewers, I would request that you try out this library. It is called Synthetic RX. Just do pip install Synthetic RX and try it out. This is our team. We are distributed across globe. Vanessa is based out of Germany. Prajwal and Aryan are studying in US. And I'm Shirish, based out of India. Our mentor Philip is based out of Brazil. A little about the inspiration also, that from where the inspiration came. I volunteer for Safe Soil. This movement is all about protecting organic content in the soil. Soil is soil because of the microbial life and the organic content. If you take these two elements away from the soil, it will just become sand and you won't grow anything. So when I wanted to baseline the organic content across India, I hit the roadblock because the resolution of the satellite imagery required to do the baselining of organic content is only available with very select government agencies. So I started looking at, is there an option that we can use the synthetic data? And then looking at it, we hit the hurdle of lack of accuracy. We said that why don't we work on solving this problem? So with that, I would thank the organizers as well as judges to give us an opportunity to present our project. Thank you.
And we're moving forward in this synthetic data applications category. And we have today with us Jellyspace, their AI and DLT-based supply chain toolset for the space
are you ready to
and defense industries aims to lower their AI DLT-based supply chain toolset for the space and defense industries aims to lower the barriers of entry startups, small and medium enterprises, and mid-sized companies looking to the venture of the aerospace industries. The team is composed by the following members: Ali Musab, Maximiliano Alarcón, Krishna Suttar, Aniket Sharma, Shreya Srektandam. The spotlight is yours. Please join us.
Yeah, hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see the screen?
No.
Just a moment. The system doesn't allow me to share the sound from my computer, but you can still hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so then there'll be a problem with the video because I have a video in the slides. I would not be able to. You will not be able to listen to the sound, I think. So just a moment. Let me check this computer audio. So, okay, anyway, just let me start without wasting time. So,
yes, thank you very much.
Please, Ali, just start the video. Seems there are some issues in the back, and we can hear you fine. And if you can share, then please just share, and we go.
Can you see the screen? Can you?
Yes.
Yes, we do see the screen.
Now, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, sorry about that. So yeah, hello everybody. My name is Ali Musab. We are Team Jellyspace, and we are super excited and thrilled to be in the finals. I feel both elated and humbled to be before you as a finalist in this esteemed AI competition. The journey has been enlightening and challenging and incredibly rewarding for us. And as a team, we are brimming with gratitude for everyone who has been the driving force behind this competition. Our vision, we are Jellyspace, empowering the space industry and the defense industrial base with AI and blockchain-based supply chain tools, fundamentally removing the entry barriers in a total serviceable and addressable market greater than $180 billion. Benefit for humanity, Jellyspace is interested in strengthening supply chains that contribute to solutions for energy problems and climate change. The platform as a service can also aid in reconstructing supply chains post-crisis. This includes collaboration with entities like NATO's Crisis Management and Disaster Response Center of Excellence, the Red Cross, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and NGOs during various crisis scenarios, from wars such as the ongoing Ukrainian-Russian conflict and environmental disasters to political upheavals and energy supply disruptions. Why our grand claims are possible now. What was promised in 2G was not completely delivered in 3G, and the promise of 3G was partially delivered in LTE or 4G. But from 5G onwards, the major promises have been kept with respect to the high-speed data rates and low latency, providing high-quality communication with respect to audio and video, helping companies develop a ground framework for smart cities, industrial automation, self-driving cars, and mission-critical applications. We intend to claim our success on what 6G promises and plans to deliver. That is synergy between communications, sensing, positioning through AI algorithms, and compute. The major pain point that aerospace supply chains would face will be the threats against cybersecurity, data privacy, and AI regulations. We as Jellyspace intends to deliver machine learning models-based platform as a service, fenced with enhanced cybersecurity and blockchain-based backend. 6G is no longer a myth, and it already exists in space. Thus, Nokia has already demonstrated its 6G-based lunar network at the Mobile World Congress 2023. Such networks can help space and non-space industries leaps and bounds. Major space agencies across the world are ready to deliver 6G communications. Let's watch what European Space Agency has to say. Yeah, we are aiming for a major paradigm shifting AI platform for the space and aerospace industry that can utilize both real-time and static data. We intend to leverage both synthetic and real data-based machine learning models to tackle multiple supply chain use cases and scenarios. One of the one of the dominant commercial use cases for our tool set are the maritime supply chains and in-space logistics. AI models that consume satellite data can help optimize maritime as well as in-space logistics. Strengthening space solar power supply chains can provide alternative solutions with renewable energy sources. There's an opportunity to incentivize and monetize the space sports and launch vehicle supply chains. Also an opportunity to disaggregate the legacy structures or dominant powers in this domain to provide equal contributing opportunity for small, medium enterprises and startups with AI and blockchain-based ecosystem and framework. The practical implementation, disintermediate the supply chains from middlemen by using AI and blockchain technologies, provide zero trust cyber secure platform against intellectual property theft, help companies navigate the compliance and regulatory issues through shared, immutable, and transparent blockchain distributed ledger, enable new entrants to enter this conservative market and create competition, provide quality at lower prices, leverage quantum computing and the compute in-memory architectures for AI algorithms, and eventually make space and aerospace technologies accessible to all. We would like to thank the WowDAO team, the mentors and judges for providing us with this invaluable platform to learn, grow, and showcase our passion for artificial intelligence. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you. Nice presentation. Continuing our exploration of the synthetic data applications category, we are delighted to introduce the Make It AI team. Your presence here is really appreciated, and we eagerly looking forward to learning about your innovative project. Please join up on stage, Israel Orede.
Hi everyone, Make It AI, and I'm presenting today on my solution for synthetic data. I start with a rare age-related disease dataset from Cargo. This dataset consists of positive samples, negative samples where the person has disease and where the person doesn't have disease. And datasets like this often come with issues like label noise, wrongfully labeled data, where positive samples are labeled as negative samples by error, and vice versa. We saw measurement errors, errors in processing, collection, storage, deliberate data corruption, and uninformative features. All of this affects the real signals in the data. And just like noisy images, this noise prevents the model from seeing the real signals in the data and giving you good performances on your downstream tasks like regression or classification. So John is a medical researcher, and John is trying to work with this data set, and the data privacy concerns, you cannot just download the data set and use it. So you need to generate synthetic data, and that set data has to match the distribution of the real data. And this data set is highly imbalanced, so it's kind of like a problem for him, because positive sample and negative sample ratio is about 6:1. And then the quality of the data set is also an issue because of this, noise and all of these collection and measurement errors I've listed before. And my model architecture, I start with a discriminator, where this discriminator is trained to distinguish between fake generated samples and the real data sample. So it knows whether a generated batch of samples is fake or real. And in my model architecture, I start with a Gaussian for each feature. So we repeatedly draw samples from that Gaussian for each feature, we populate for all of the features, then we generate a batch. Then we pass this batch to a base model like a logistic regression model. And this model basically is trained on the generated batch, and then it tries to predict whether this particular sample is a disease sample or not. So we train on generated batch, and then we ask the model, to predict on the real data sets whether this sample is positive or negative. And then because we have the ground truth, we compare with that, and we try to generate data that helps the model distinguish better, between positive and negative samples. So the generator is trying to find the best data representation and, a data set that actually gives the model a full picture of the real signal and data. And discriminator, remember, is able to test whether this generated data looks like the real data in terms of distribution. And so it penalizes the generator for generating samples that don't look like the real distribution. And then the discriminator tells the generator that, okay, this generated batch you gave me to give to this base model is not doing very well in helping the model classify between real and positive samples. The generator has to go back and generate better batches of data. And then when I worked this across different test sets, I discovered that the performances for the synthetic and real data were actually in tandem. And when I worked on another data set, I discovered that the performance on the synthetic data was actually higher than the real data. And then I discovered something interesting when I was experimenting with this data on the previous slide. I discovered that as you penalize the model for generating samples that are, kind of quote unquote far from the real data distribution, the performance of your logistic regression model on this your task of classification drops to when you were just training on the real data. So we are saying, okay, no, generate samples that look exactly like real data. So the model is going to generate such samples, but you will lose the ability of the model to generate samples that really show us the signals in data, samples that can help us classify. If you penalize the model too much for generating samples that are too far from the real data distribution, it starts generating samples that look like a copy of what you had before, and then you just have a performance like you would have had if you had trained on real data, which is kind of intuitive. And we have, things like custom laws and metrics that you can define. This can work. This architecture works with classification and regression. You can define your generator and discriminator to match your task or your data, whether it's image, audio, tabular. You can also work faster with maximum memory constraints as a parameter, reducing your epoch and batch size, and using your feature importance and PCA or TSNE to reduce the amount of data you feed to the model, which can help you to do experiments faster. And then we want to create an API service, uploaded models and metrics and loss functions for various field and research areas like medicine and healthcare and finance. So you don't have to do all of this by yourself. And then we also want to make it a platform for knowledge sharing and experimentation. Finally, I would say that synthetic data is good, but it is more meaningful when you can get better results on your downstream task. So synthetic data is good, but meaningfulness in downstream task is more important. Thank you.
Next to the next session here. Hello, everyone. I am grateful actually right now to introduce Hedi Rezavi, the managing partner of the German entrepreneurship based here in Palo Alto, just around the corner. Hedi helped us out literally within the last 12 hours notice, and I greatly appreciate what she got ready for overnight, literally. And she is the moderator for this session, and we are grateful for that. It just so happened that Hedi and I have actually been co-organizing the same series, The Remarkable Woman in AI, since early February of this year. So this is actually counting to the series number 4. So with that, Hedi, I am in your gratitude, and please take it over from here. Appreciate you helping out.
Thank you, Thomas. It's a pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to moderate a discussion among this truly remarkable group of women in AI. At German Entrepreneurship, we empower entrepreneurs and innovators to cross borders and expand their businesses internationally. And I lead our Global AI Competence Center that has the mission to enable the adoption, expansion, and internationalization of AI technologies and solutions around the world. As a former female founder of a Silicon Valley AI startup, I believe that the gender diversity topic needs to be an integral part of the AI discourse, especially in a year that McKinsey calls the breakout year of AI. And our goal, along with Thomas and Transatlantic AI Exchange with the Remarkable Women in AI initiative, has been to inspire all genders to take steps towards addressing the gender gap in AI. And to set some stage here, I'd like to share some alarming statistics that Dr. Caroline Simmert from Stanford had kindly shared as part of her preparation for this panel. And she shares that what we know is that currently AI and Web3 tend to exclude half the population. Women hold 22% of AI jobs globally. Germany has a large gender gap, with 16% of the estimated AI talent pool being women. Across Europe, about only 19% of overall information technology degrees go to women. And here in North America, women earn 18% of CS PhDs in AI only. So these numbers have not really moved. Similarly, according to BCG, only 13% of startups include a woman on their founding team, and fewer than 3% have an all-female founding team as well. So in her research, Caroline and her team see consistently that women are less likely to be hired and promoted in technical fields, even when controlling for performance. And this is especially true for women of color. With all that said, today we want to change the narrative and center the thought leadership of prominent women in AI and issue a call to action. The relevance and the future of the field is at stake as one that will be known as inclusive or not, representing the broad interests and voices of society or not. And today we have 5 experts joining us who are sharing their thoughts about this topic as it relates to the industry as a whole, but also their careers and work environments. So my first question to each of you on the panel is to please tell us who you are and what you work on, but also a very interesting problem, technology area and question that you think about and you're working on right now. And I'll go through and I will introduce each person to stage. So let me start with Tara. Tara Terwilliger is the Director of Diversity, Equity and Inclusion and Strategic Projects, Office of the COO at Google Deepmind. So please, Tara, the stage is yours.
I'd say the title is a little intimidating. I certainly know many remarkable women in AI. It's a little daunting to think of myself on a panel titled that. Historically, I have worked in diversity, equity, and inclusion at Google Deepmind, and recently have added to my remit the working on special strategic projects for our COO, Lila Ibrahim. What that means is that I'm increasingly bringing that lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion to complex cross-functional initiatives where we need to be thinking about equity, because equity is so foundational to the artificial intelligence field. We have an opportunity to get it right or to get it really wrong. So something I've been working on recently, which is much in the news, is this question of AI governance and how do we bring the lens of equity to how we're going to govern this important and powerful technology.
Thank you so much, Tara, for sharing that. And there's a lot to be said about AI governance, and it's a topic that is of global interest, especially in our work in Europe and Asia. That is the topic that draws a lot of attention. So would be great to hear more. Next up, I'd like to invite Stephanie Fayemi, Head of Policy at Partnership on AI. Thank you for joining us today, Stephanie. Please, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. It's lovely to be here today. I'm Steffi Fayemi. I'm the Head of Policy at Partnership on AI. And just also thank you to the organizers for having me. I think similar to Tara, it's sometimes, the title is very much daunting, and I know so many fantastic women in this space, so it's genuinely an honor to be here. I think a key question I've always been thinking about in my career is building responsible sort of technologies, right? And what does that mean in the AI space, particularly now when we're sort of building large-scale AI models? I think a question I've always sort of come back to is how do we design, develop, and deploy technologies in a way that sort of protects people and society? And so I think a few sub-questions that come up for me when I'm sort of answering that question about what design and development should look like is, what are the sort of values that we think should be sort of embedded in the technologies that we design and develop? And Tara, I think you mentioned equity and inclusion as the sort of key things that sort of guide your work. And I think that that is similar for me. I think second is who gets to have a say when it comes to what that actually looks like when we sort of talk about promoting equity and inclusion, who has a seat at the table and is able to participate in those discussions. And last, how do we come back to traditional processes, right? I think we understand that a lot of the processes that we've used to design, develop, deploy technologies in the past, some very strong, but some might need updating. And so what does that look like? How do we take the values and take these potentially new people at the table and also use that to redefine the ways that we sort of put policies in place as well. I started my career in government. So I started at the UK government, where I led the UK's work on AI technical standards. I've worked across many different technologies, so AI, but also quantum, the internet. And a lot of my work has been, how do we sort of get the benchmarks, the definitions, the standards that promote safety, security, et cetera, in these technologies. And I think that a lot of my work traditionally has been looking at the way we've done that for you know, everything from your fridge to your cooker, everything has standards in it. But there hasn't been the sort of same socio-technical questions that AI brings about related to sort of fairness, to bias. And I think, therefore, we need to return again to that question of, if the technology is bringing about sort of new questions, how do we redefine the processes and who's at the table to sort of think about answering the standards question? So my work in the UK government, a lot of it was really about, how do I get new people involved? I developed and deployed something called the AI Standards Hub in the UK, which was announced in the UK's AI strategy last year, which is really intended to get new people, civil society folks, and educate folks on how to sort of engage in the standards process. And then lastly, I think this is something that I very much continue to do in my career at Partnership on AI. We're a nonprofit that is made up of 100 partners across many countries, I think 14 countries at the moment. We bring together industry, civil society, and academia to sort of think about tools and processes that can help AI be responsible. And I do have much more to share later on, but I will stop there. Thanks again, Heidi.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is wonderful. And you're absolutely right in that AI is really breaking a lot of the traditional ways that we think about inclusion and development of new products. So you highlight an area that is rich with rich as a topic, and there's a lot of value in talking about those. Next, I'd like to invite Eman Barhume, AI Product Management Director, formerly at Meta. Welcome as well. So the stage is yours.
Thank you for having me here, and definitely humbled by the women that I see here and the women that I know in the industry. So I come from a humble place. I was born in Jordan to, a mother who was a teacher and a father who was a painter. And I got an opportunity to come here and study computer science and start my career in product management. And throughout my career, I helped companies go online when the age of the internet was coming on. I also helped companies engage with customers when the age of mobile came about. And then I helped companies operate online when the cloud became so prevalent. Now, with all of this, with the companies operating online, data became so important. And I noticed something that was really, really different about how we were building products, which all of a sudden it's predictive algorithms and predictive modeling was very becoming interesting way to build products. So I got a chance through my career to apply that to fintech, where we were basically trying to build more affordable packages for insurance for customers that matches what they need at affordable prices. I also got the opportunity to apply predictive algorithms to the area of safety. Stephanie talked about safety. Safety is a very near and dear area for me. And when you look at it in the transportation industry, and all of a sudden you can see rides across the platform happening, you notice that rides, for example, that end up in a good outcome versus rides that end up in violence and sexual assault have different patterns. And you can say that sexual assault and violence is something that happened in our world, but you can take a different approach through technology and say, no, these patterns we can see, and maybe we can use predictive algorithms to actually outline that there's an incident that might happen and intervene and prevent a sexual assault from happening. That got me hooked on AI. I really understood the power of AI. And since then, I've decided to dedicate my career as a product manager in AI. And right now, I'm applying generative models and LLMs to figure out how to take knowledge of the world so we can better solve the problems such as safety and others. I also was the founder of the Product Management Center in the University in Washington, here in Seattle, where I live. And it's aiming to basically find, people and improve product management as a way to help take underrepresented minorities, bring them into product management as a way to contribute to the world and bring different voices.
I love that you have been focused on applications of AI with social impact, and thank you for sharing about your background and where you got your start from. And it sounds like that has been impacting how you think about the application of this technology and what it can do in the world. So thank you so much for that. Jasmine, it's great to have you back. So let me invite you on stage. So Jasmine David is the Senior Director of Global Corporate Events at NVIDIA. Welcome back, and would love to hear your perspective on this question, and please tell us what are some of the interesting areas of technology or problems that you have been thinking about and working on.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been at NVIDIA for about 15 years. I've seen technology change, AI, recent times. I guess as part of my world, you get to see it at firsthand. You're the people on the ground that are able to see it at firsthand with inclusion and diversity and what's going on there. And so our concept at NVIDIA has always been that it's everybody's job to make sure that that we have a good, diverse, and inclusive conferences and events. And I think it starts there, to be honest. I know we have a lot of research and a lot of things that we're all doing, but if we're not sharing with one another, if we're not including one another, if we're not inclusive of different races and genders, then it doesn't get solved. So my job is to make sure that at my events and conferences, we do have a diverse, inclusive group. We are talking about personalization and captioning for those diverse groups that are not able to hear the different accents or have disabilities. So we are the eyes on the ground, as I say it at NVIDIA, and being able to kind of jot down the issues where we see it from the ground up.
Excellent. So it sounds like you think about this topic that I get to think about in the context of sessions like this, but you get to breathe this topic and think about this topic on a daily basis, and that's amazing. I'm sure there are a lot of great experiences you can share with us moving forward. So thank you all for those introductory remarks. I'm gonna now switch a little bit and ask a different question of each member of the panel. So a question for Aman. The field of AI and Web3 are growing rapidly, as you know. And what do you think are key opportunities in this space that our attendees here should know about?
Oh my gosh, there's so much opportunity in AI. So we're building human intelligence, right, into artificial intelligence, right? So artificial intelligence really is fueled by our knowledge. And our knowledge has been documented over the years by the internet, where we shared it, or the books that we have written. And we've taken the internet and we've taken all these books and we fed them into these algorithms who trained our knowledge. And then the outcome comes this large language models. Now, these large language models, what are they really, really good at? What they're really good at is understanding patterns, best practices of all our knowledge. They are able to articulate those patterns in a way that we can prompt and ask those questions about nuances of these knowledge pieces and get an answer through generative text. Now, the opportunities that I see is, how do you apply knowledge of the world? And be more specific, how do you take these patterns that exist in the world to help you better solve problems? Because I'm a big problem solver. One of the things that we would do is it would accelerate your development cycle. If you're a developer, you heard earlier about the millions of dollars, up to $50 million is what I heard GPT, took to actually be trained on this data. You can leverage these LLM models that are pre-trained and tailor them to your specific domain and use cases by fine-tuning them through practices like few-shot learning, so that they're more applicable to your use case scenario on your industry and your vertical. We heard earlier that there's all of the industries are seeking more AI talent. And the reason for that is because they want to apply AI to the vertical world. So the big companies have solving for the horizontal AI problems, right? But they are not going to go specifically into architecture or into manufacturing or into supply chain management. And these are the opportunities that come to us that enable us to take some of the knowledge of those patterns that exist out there, fine-tune them to these industries, and come up with solutions. Let me give you an example. Like if I'm a developer and I'm using a foundational model, it used to take 10 developers 6 months just simply to take a sentiment analysis of our products. So let's say our products, we want to know if the customers have a positive or a negative experience, right? It used to take 10 developers 6 months. Now it's just few lines of code. Leveraging LLM, which is a huge time save. You no longer have to start from scratch if you're an AI developer, or if you're even a developer, because now you can leverage patterns that exist in the world and prompt a specific code that gets generated for you for the use case that you want, and you can just tweak it. This is going to lower the barrier to enable more developers into coming into AI, which we need desperately, because all of these jobs in the vertical industries are happening. The other one, for example, is how do you leverage the knowledge of the world so that you can better the experience? So for example, in robotics, I heard robotics earlier being mentioned as well. For the first time, robotics can leverage large language models to understand context of the world. So when they can see the world, they understand, what am I looking at? And the reason they understand what they're looking at, because of that knowledge being stored. Previously, you had to program every single one of these scenarios. Now with large language models, you no longer have to do that. So if I was an e-commerce website, also I can use those patterns in the world. For example, if I have a teenager coming to my website and I'm selling product, I can ask the LLM, what are the trends that are happening for teenagers today? And the reason the LLMs can answer this, because they're now all being hooked to the internet, so they understand what's happening today. So you get that knowledge of what the teenagers are interested in and what type of products, and you can automatically implement personalization at the next level that we haven't seen in the past. These are examples. So point number one, which is the opportunity, leverage the patterns of the world, either to not start from scratch or to learn insights that can improve your experience so that you take it to the next level. The second thing I want to talk about is for startups, right? Near and dear to my heart, all my parents and my family, they're all small business owners and entrepreneurs. I'm probably the odd person out because I work in corporate. One day I will get there. I'm not ready yet from a life stage perspective, but I will get there. I will follow you. But for all of you entrepreneur women and men who are creating your own company, there is an opportunity for you to create solutions based on AI. Now, these solutions are unique to the industry and the vertical because the horizontal problems are being solved, but it usually requires the integration and usage of multiple different tools. For the first time, AI can basically understand how to interact with different tools and applications. Why is that? The reason for that, we spend so much time writing APIs and applications for us so that applications can talk to each other through APIs. Now, these APIs can be leveraged by AI And what you can do is create this end-to-end solution of a user journey, stitching a bunch of applications and bringing them together to serve a problem and making those solutions. These solutions are going to become more and more important in the industries, and they're going to be based on AI and hopefully leveraging LLMs as well in the background to enrich them. So this is the second opportunity that I have, that I'm suggesting here. The third one is, if you are not in AI, this is the best time to come in AI, because not only has AI been democratized because of foundational models and ability to start from scratch, now there are jobs outside of development for AI. I'm a product manager, I am not a developer. There are lots of product management jobs that are available in AI. There are UXR research, design jobs that are available in AI. And with the explosion of AI that's going to go everywhere, which I totally believe and see already coming, there's going to be a lot more jobs. And you can more easily come into the AI roles because of LLMs. You can all of a sudden now, if you presented with any problem in your life, trust me, work or life, I've done it, both of them. You can just go in, you can prompt and just ask that same question of the large language model. What is it going to do? It's going to give you what the pattern in the world knowledge would look like. So you don't have to spend all that time learning that domain. Now you can take that already in a much more accelerated fashion and learn something new and bring creativity, which introduces new patterns for the AI. That's the human value. That's where we can spend our time, where we create new patterns that are above and beyond what already exists in the world, as in the world knowledge.
Thank you, Iman. Really, really good pointers. I love the opportunities you have highlighted, but also given that I have the opportunity and the pleasure to work with AI founders on a day in and day out, and startups are close and dear to my heart, I really want to echo what you said with respect to the opportunities that exist for entrepreneurship in AI, given the LLM wave that we see. And we see that through the companies that we work with. There are so many different verticals that are specializing with the application of LLMs to a specific problem. And that's what startups are really good at. So if you're somebody who's considering becoming a founder, this is a really good time for jumping in. So thank you, Iman, for those remarks. So as I mentioned in the introduction, the AI and Web3 spaces have a diversity, equity, and inclusion problem that reflect a long history of lack of participation from women and people of color in technology overall, unfortunately. So Tara, question for you. How do you conceive of diversity more broadly to recognize the multitude of dimensions and especially in a global context?
I'm so glad you asked the question because it's complicated. I think it's useful to step back and remind ourselves why it matters. So Iman just talked about AI as a solutions engine. It's something you can deploy to create solutions. Well, we create solutions to questions or to problems. And so it's really important to step back and say, well, who's defining that agenda? Whose problem? Who gets to do the problem formulation and then create the solution based on that? And to use your example, Iman, sexual violence is predominantly a problem for certain types of people. And so you have to have not only the information to know that to start examining that problem, but you have to recognize it's a problem in the first place, because for some people, it's not as big of a problem. So to me, I think that question, how do you get people, a more variety of people participating all along the chain, from all the way back in problem formulation, all the way through to solution creation and deployment? That's the really interesting question. And it's important to think about that from multiple dimensions of diversity. So we have not only the diversity that we often talk about in the Western context of gender, race, and ethnicity, LGBTQIA status, disability status, I could go on. You also have diversity, geographic diversity, and economic diversity. So, so the people that sometimes we think of as the majority in tech are not only not the majority in Western countries, they're also definitely in the minority in the world, right? And so how do we continue to bring more people into this all up and down the cycle? I don't think you can do it with one intervention. You have to have interventions at every step of the way. So you need to focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion in your company, which is some of what I do. You also need to focus on bringing consultation in from civil society and other groups at multiple stages during your development process as a company. And I am very excited, as Iman was talking about, as the cost of a lot of this innovation goes down, particularly at the solutions layer, of bringing in just more people to experiment, right? Lowering the barrier of entry to these applications and bringing in more people to experiment. People will have great ideas anywhere. And if we can bring down the cost, that will enable those ideas to flourish. That hasn't happened all along the chain. There's no one intervention that will fix it. If there were, tech would have figured it out a long time ago. And lots of smart people have thought about this, including Carolyn, who is unfortunately not able to be here today. And it's an intractable problem. So we have to work on it from lots of different angles at the same time.
I like that a lot, right? Because there are market forces that are going to be at play that tend to be dominant in ensuring which solutions actually gain the traction that they need. But at the same time, like what you just mentioned, Tara, there is a need for intervention because leaving it to sort of macroeconomic forces by itself clearly is not getting us to the point and to the destination that our society expects. So aside from interventions like the ones you mentioned, Tara, there's also policy. And so I want to use this to now pose a question to Stephanie and ask her, what is the role of policy in closing the gender gap in AI? And can you comment on the White House commitments and the upcoming UK commitments and your experience in this policy-based interventions that can hopefully address this diversity question in AI?
Yeah, a really, really important question. And I think policy is very critical, but it can be interpreted in two ways, right? You have what I'll call the capital P policy, which is policy coming from government. But I think that there's something important about what Jasmine said earlier, right? About policy within organizations as well and how critical that is. So I think starting with the sort of lowercase p, which is sort of what Jasmine was speaking about earlier, the responsibility of internal policies and practices. I do think that that's so critical and we shouldn't undermine the importance and the impact that organizations can have by just thinking about the diversity of staff, diversity of the folks who are contributing to the development of LLMs, large language models that Iman mentioned. I do think that's really significant work and something that we work very closely with our partners on. But I think it's about the diversity of the teams. But I think Iman mentioned a very important point, which is that as we see sort of large scale AI models being developed and deployed, increasingly they'll be deployed and used to inform decision making, right? And including decisions that will impact women and other sort of demographic groups. And so I think there's something also about how we're designing and developing and deploying models that factors in the interests of women and what steps and protocols we can take and organizations can take to ensure that the impact on women, again, is fair and inclusive. So a bit of work that we've been doing at Partnership on AI, one example is on safety protocols for foundation models. And this is the idea that we really need a strong and effective evaluation and red teaming as organizations are sort of building their models. And what does it mean to have, for example, women and a diverse group of individuals engaged in that assessment process to test the models, to sort of test the outcomes and make sure that we have sort of teams that are able to spot sort of different issues potentially. I think another sort of piece of work that we have done for a long time at PAI is on documentation to facilitate transparency. So I think someone mentioned earlier the data, right? And that's so important. And I think as we're developing large models, an even greater emphasis on documentation and transparency, including the data used to train the models, is going to be really, really critical. We know many sort of forthcoming policy frameworks, and the EU's AI Act, for example, is thinking about transparency requirements. So the AI Act, if the trilogue negotiations go well, will include sort of provisions around transparency and documentation. So I think that that's very important. The last sort of other piece that I'll mention on the technical side is around demographic data. And we released a white paper in the past around demographic data use. I think it's a challenge because the FTC, for example, in the US had a call for comment, a request for comment last year around data security and the types of data and how it's collected and used to train models. A challenge I think organizations have is that traditionally, demographic data is sort of called upon or seen as important to make decisions that models make more fair, right? You want to train them on a data set that is representative to facilitate fairness in the decisions. However, in some instances, there's gaps in the sort of data sets that we have. And so there are questions about how you acquire that data in order to train models in a fair way that sort of protects privacy and security of citizens. And so I think there are still very, very important questions that we need to be answering jointly in order to ensure, again, that the model, the outputs are fair and, again, are sort of protective of women. I'll quickly transition, though, to the capital P policy, so policy from governments. I think that there is a lot that governments can do in order to sort of help the sort of gender gap. One question, or one point actually, which goes back to my introduction, was the AI Standards Hub. So when I was in government, we thought carefully specifically about AI technical standards. So AI technical standards will be the sort of tools used to certify and evaluate and give sort of trust marks, right, to AI systems at some point, which we've traditionally done for other forms of products. But those groups have traditionally not been very diverse, and the folks contributing to those discussions have not been seen to be very diverse. So leaning on the values that we articulated within the UK government, my push was that we needed to ensure that our initiatives would promote greater diversity in the standard space, particularly for AI, where there are important sort of socio-technical questions. And so the AI Standards Hub was kind of born from that idea that we needed more diversity from the UK and from our partners contributing to these standards at the international level. And so that's one example of, I think, work and projects that governments can drive. And I know the NIST work around the NIST risk management framework is really thinking about these types of initiatives too. A second example is the White House had a request for comment just a few months ago, which was thinking about the impact of AI specifically on workers. And I think that that's an important one, where it's not specifically focused on women, but women workers, right? I think that that's an important intersection where they're asking questions and they're asking citizens specifically to share their stories or their concerns related to AI deployment and women as workers and within specific sectors. And I know Iman was talking about vertical sectors earlier. I think that there might be evidence that might come from that process around specifically women in specific industries. Two last things I'll quickly say on the capital P policy point is that there is existing legislation that speaks to the rights of women. So when I was in government, one of the pieces of work I was contributing to was the UK's white paper on AI regulation. And one question we have, which kind of goes back to that horizontal versus vertical question, is we do have existing pieces of legislation, for example, in the UK, the Equalities Act, which would essentially inform how you're designing and developing any technologies. And it talks about the rights of women and sort of protecting sort of gender equities in this piece of legislation. And so I think that that's important. And there's more work I know that governments are doing to sort of think about how you take non-AI specific pieces of legislation, including things like equalities laws, and apply them to the AI space. And I'm sure that there will be more in the future. The last thing I'll say is an important piece of work that we are doing at Partnership on AI at the moment is thinking about how citizens generally have a say in the design and development of models. In March, we announced with the White House something called the Global Inclusive AI Task Force. And this is composed of a lot of our partners in industry and civil society and academia. And I think that that's really important because it's basically saying that citizens need to have a say, right? And women as citizens who will be potentially, who will sort of interact with these models should have a say in what these, how the models are developed. So one key example recently is watermarking of synthetically generated media. What does that look like? You know, how should that be designed? How do citizens have a say in how they're going to interact with those types of watermarks that will essentially tell them whether something is synthetically generated? And so what we are doing is hoping to develop a blueprint which advises AI labs on how they can get citizens engaged in the process really early, really thinking all the way back to the R&D stage through sort of pre-deployment at the deployment stage. So those are a few examples where I think, again, internally within organizations, but also thinking about the role of public policy and government, that we can really sort of make sure that our sort of equalities related to gender are very much protected.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. And of course, then you know, it matters a ton when we think about policy. There's a lot of debate around you know, policy around AI, and you had a really good reminder in terms of some of these policies, some of the existing policies, not necessarily around AI, can actually be used. We can learn from those with respect to previous technologies, and so why not take advantage? So in line with what Iman was emphasizing, in that there's no point in reinventing the wheel and defining patterns. Well, there may be patterns that we can look at through policy for technologies and learn from those and apply them to AI as well. So very insightful, and thank you for sharing that. So we've covered you know, opportunities in AI. We've covered some of the interventions at the organization level. We've covered interventions at more of a societal policy level. And now I want to turn to Jasmine. And Jasmine, what do you think is the role of platforms such as the conferences that you help lead, and other community forums such as the one we're having today? What's their role in increasing participation in AI and bringing that diverse look and bringing diversity into the conversations around AI?
Absolutely. I think it provides a platform for awareness, right? If we're not talking to each other, if we're not gathered, and we're not representing, even in a forum or a community forum or a meetup, you're not gonna have a view of the community, of the entire whole diverse group. And I think that's where I play a key role at NVIDIA, is that whenever we have these sort of forums and conferences and meetups, and I think with Tara as well, when she's thinking about programs within Google, that she's thinking about the whole group, not just whoever can come. So we do have programs that we've put in place, recommendations systems that Iman was talking about, to generative AI systems, to personalization, to captions, using AIs to make sure that it is an inclusive platform, that people who are coming to the conference, whether it's virtual or in person, we're gathering all of them and we're talking together as one team versus, you know, certain groups of people going out and talking about it and inventing another program and not including other groups. So this becomes, it's very essential for these types of conversations to happen. And we're having one now that brings awareness to everybody about the gender gap and diversity gap, and how do we bring that forward, right? Conversations are important, awareness is important, and with conferences, forums, and meetups like these, that it becomes a very important. We just need to keep talking about it and find solutions.
Absolutely, and in a way, forums like this and those that you organize help address Stephanie's point with respect to really democratizing people's input into how these technologies are developed and where do the data come from and where they should be going. So So in the last few minutes of our planned discussion here, I know that the audience here comprises of many entrepreneurs who are building the next generation of startups and companies in AI and Web3. I'd like to ask each and every one of you to give these entrepreneurs one advice or share a lesson learned about building efficient and diverse teams with the right culture, because every company that's getting built is going to need that recipe. So if you could take maybe a maximum of a minute each and share a learning or an advice, that would be fantastic. Maybe I'll start with Tara.
Well, my first piece of advice would be, don't start and end your thinking with large language models or even with generative AI. There are so many opportunities in other types of artificial intelligence. We're fortunate at Google Deepmind to have done quite a lot of work in fundamental science. And the barrier to entry for that with some of these technological advances is lower now. And there's so much good to be done in the world by leveraging AI to solve these really difficult problems. But also say that, at least in the studies that have been done in the US and the UK, you're more likely to attract a diverse team that way, because people from a wide diversity of backgrounds want to join places that are doing something good in the world. That's a differentiator with young people, it's a differentiator with women, it's a differentiator with many groups of people of color. So think big, think fundamental, and diversify your team right from the start, because it only gets harder.
That's excellent. Words of gold there. I wish someone had told us that when we were starting our company. But absolutely, you're absolutely correct. No matter what venture you choose, it's going to be hard and it's going to be a lot of work. So you might as well focus on solving big problems and the problems that you truly care about. So turning to Jasmine now, what is your advice?
Similar to what Tara said, definitely start early, make sure you have a diverse group, but make sure you have diversity of thoughts, that you have people in your group that are able to contradict or to say what they feel, and you allow for that space to be there, to have transparency. Not necessarily, I may not have all the diverse groups in my team, but they're thinking about it and they're able to speak up and they're able to empathize from those groups and being able to have those voices at the table. So allowing for if you are becoming a startup, to start that culture from the beginning of transparency, of openness, to be able to share their views and to have that inclusive views being accepted.
Very important, and thank you for sharing that. It boils down to the culture ultimately, and that not only allows for that, but probably celebrates diverse thinking. Stephanie, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I completely agree. Also on both points before about diversity of thought and making sure that you create a culture that facilitates that. And also what Tara said about, again, I know there is a lot of discussion around LLMs, about large-scale AI models, but I do agree that there are many, many other approaches, I'm sure, with a lot of the entrepreneurs in the room that are that should also be thinking about a lot of these questions. But I think for me, it's definitely about in the internal policies, it's about diversity, but I think it's about thinking about the impact of what you design will have on the world. And I do think, not to repeat our mission statement at PAI, but it really is about protecting people in society. And I so strongly believe that. I also strongly believe that mission statement doesn't need to clash with the incentive around sort of innovation and doing well as a company. It's something that I so strongly try to facilitate while I was in government, which is around, you can have good innovation and you can also have good outcomes. And I think that I want us to do away with the idea that those things will clash. essentially. I think start early is also great. Start thinking about, as you're designing models, starting right at the R&D stage, thinking about testing, thinking about evaluation, thinking about impacts. And then the last thing, which is something I said at the beginning, which is thinking about who you're bringing to the table. And maybe that does go to the point around who you're hiring internally, but who are you consulting with? Who's within your network as an organization? I think that that's very, very critical. And then the last sort of plug there is sort of internationally, I think we're in an interesting space, and it's AI and both Web3, which knows no bounds, right, or no borders. And so I really think thinking about this question about diversity, but from an international lens, and who we're bringing in to the discussion globally is also really important. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Stephanie. And last but not least, of course, we only have less than a minute, Aman, so please. I think you're on mute.
Many development organizations are very familiar with the concept of tech debt, which is when you hack a problem and you basically accumulate tech debt because you need to fix it the right way. But there's cultural debt. And this cultural debt is very, very hard to fix if you do not start from the beginning and you make sure that you have the right team in place that is diverse. We need more women in AI for sure. We do not have enough. You see some of us here, there's some more, but we need a lot more than we have. If we are in the knowledge-based AI world, how can that knowledge be based on just specific kind of cultures or thought or race? It has to be diverse, and it's proven that diverse teams will result in better AI. And I talked about earlier about patterns and how to use patterns. Patterns will save you time from development cycle. Take that time and work on mitigation of these problems that could happen from AI that are resulting in misinformation and bias, and make sure that to look, for the policies that help guide us through that journey. And if you're a woman who is not yet in AI, have the confidence to take that step. All of us here and all the men that are in AI will be those shoulders that you can lean on, and we will help you. We need you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Aman, and I really appreciate the phrase culture debt. I'm definitely going to use that. So thank you so much to the panel. Question is, what are the Q&A or what are the questions from the audience? And I think the organizers are going to share questions from the audience potentially.
Yes, we do have a few questions aligned with the topics that are being discussed. So how can we get governments and policymakers to trust the use of AI in medicine and at a larger policy level?
Maybe I'll shoot that over to Stephanie and see what her thoughts are on that topic.
Yes, definitely. I think if there is an area where there is a sort of, I believe, good confidence in the importance of the role that AI will play, it's in the medical space. I do think that for sure. So I think that there's a sort of good buy-in from governments and policymakers. However, the one thing I will say, and this isn't specific to AI though, if you look at other generally, actually, the regulatory benchmarks in the healthcare space, they tend to be higher than in other vertical areas. So when I was in government and sort of thinking about and working with different regulators and thinking about, what's the baseline requirements that organizations might need to meet, typically there is a sort of baseline across the board horizontally, but then in the healthcare space, you typically have rules that go above for many, many reasons, right? And for risk to citizens in particular. So all to say, I think that there is a sort of an excitement and a trust. However, if we just look historically about the sort of prescriptivity of rules in the healthcare space, they tend to be higher, and the technical standards required. So for example, AI and healthcare devices might have more requirements to be seen, of course, than in other vertical areas. So I think that would be my response to this question.
If I could add something to that, I would also say there is an unfortunate and publicly visible history of bias in aspects of the health industry, which, if that bias is accidentally imported into artificial intelligence tools of any kind, would be problematic and can set adoption back. I think we all heard about the pulse oximeter problems during COVID, of pulse oximeters not reading oxygen levels correctly on people with darker skin. So this place where bias is, it's really critical from a market perspective, but also from a moral perspective to just get it right.
Yeah, +1 to what Tara added there for sure.
You know, I also just my 2 cents on this is I come from that space, and that's where I got my career start. And looking at the medical space actually makes me very hopeful that you know, it's an area that regulation has been able to ensure security and safety for the general public. At the same time, you know, the FDA has approved hundreds of AI-based solutions already, and there's already a good framework that's being built around regulating and thinking about the safety and efficacy of these types of products and technologies. Sonia, are there other questions?
Yeah, there's one more in regards to the challenges. So the challenges that we are facing in achieving ethical AGI overall, what would be the main challenges?
Okay, we haven't spent much time, you know, talking about AGI, but curious if Aman or Tara have, or Jasmine have any thoughts. Actually, everybody, if anyone has any thoughts on this.
I'm happy to start. So what we're seeing right now in AI is some intelligence. The reason there's some intelligence, and I want to speak about the domain that I'm currently in, which is generative AI, is when you consume so much of our language, some of our language has reasoning built into it. And so because, you know, if, for example, if this happens, then this happens. Right? So this is a logic that connects a cause and effect. So in language, if you just inject language, you start to understand these really simple reasoning, right? But true intelligence of really deducting and taking this to the next level to solve an objective and make a decision is not yet there in AI. And I think we need a lot more for AI to develop for us to actually get to that stage. One of the research that I have recently looked at right now is called objective-driven AI. And the idea now is it's no longer looking at the patterns of the world and trying to say, hey, have I seen this pattern before? Can I give you a pattern, or hallucinating a pattern that may not even exist, which is, you know, some of the downside of the current models. Objective-driven AI gives the AI a specific objective with the parameters and constraints that it needs to operate in. So the AI starts to stop looking for patterns and start to looking for path to success of that specific objective. This kind of area of research tries to get into better decision-making and better reasoning by the AI to come up with these kind of paths. Of course, it's still early in its development, but that is another step that can take us into AGI, which we are not there yet.
So I get asked this question a lot, and I'm gonna ask Aman the same. How far do you think we are from AGI?
Oh my gosh, I surely hope that at least the reasoning capabilities that I'm talking about can be solved within the next 3 to 5 years. I think there's a lot that we can do to take some of the tasks that we do on a routine basis where we need to make decisions, and then we can start to put a lot more of our intellectual power in harder problems that our society really needs to solve.
Great answer, and I want to. I see questions are also coming in through the chat. So Sonia, what's the next one?
Maybe one more.
Yeah, so there are a few that are more related to like quantum computing and whatnot, but let me take one more here. Yeah, what would be the influence from other AI applications, or in this case, quantum computing, to influence the development of AI?
So the impact of other technologies
in building AI, correct?
Affecting AI.
So I'll say a little bit about this. The revolution of AI started with really the innovation coming in hardware, right? AI did not become possible until, GPUs and really high processing power existed. What we need is even more innovation from hardware in AI. And Jasmine, works in one of the best companies in the world that is working in the frontier of this. But we need hardware that is specialized and optimized for AI. And the more that hardware exists, not just in CPUs or GPUs, but I'm talking about IoT in general, that could be optimized for AI, I think the more we're going to see applications of the software coming to bring and take that journey end to end, including quantum computing, of course.
And I will add from an ethical perspective that as we start bringing AI, the intersection of artificial intelligence and some of these other technologies is going to multiply the ethical questions. Just as adding multiple modalities onto large language models multiplies the questions. So then you're talking video, you're talking images, you're talking voice and sound replication. Start thinking about the intersections of artificial intelligence and biology. And there's going to be tremendous potential, and it's also going to multiply the ethical questions that we need to all think about.
Definitely. Stephanie, it seems like you have your hand up, and we're at time, but please finish your thought.
Yeah, I completely agree with that last point. From the potential side, I mean, people talk about quantum sensors and their potential role in sort of facilitating pretty fast developments for autonomous vehicles, for example, right? But in terms of risks, there's also concerns that quantum computers could break the forms of cryptography that we think are pretty secure at the moment. And then you might need some form of quantum cryptography to replace that. So I think we don't fully understand what the full opportunities and risks are, particularly as the sort of quantum space is very much still growing and developing. But I agree that a lot of opportunity, but as Tara said, I think if anything, as you start stacking technologies, many questions and ethical questions will only continue to grow potentially.
Excellent. Well, I know we are at time, and I want to thank each and every one of our panelists for taking the time to participate. It's been a pleasure being part of this discussion with you all, and looking forward to having more of these types of conversations that really put the spotlight on this very important topic. So with that, I will turn it back to Thomas for the rest of the program. Thank you, everyone.
Excellent. A big thank you to all of you. Don't run away. Oh. Don't run away.
All right, no running
just
away.
Give me 1 minute. So first of all, I want to send best wishes and speedy recovery to Carolyn, who hopefully has listened to this presentation from home. So, hopefully you feel better very soon. I want to personally thank you. I'm actually very honored to have you here. I didn't know that you actually came all the way down, because for me, I spent 10 years way back when in the graphic industry. And what NVIDIA has done, what Deepmind has done, starting this way back when, you pretty much started this whole thing with what you did 10, 15 years ago. So thank you very much. It's my honor for you to be here and standing next to you. I want to say thank you to Hedy, the moderator, who had pretty much 10 hours or 12 hours to prepare. But not only that, because as I mentioned earlier in the beginning, this actually independent out of this conference, Hedy and I have teamed up early this year, and this is the 4th remarkable Woman in AI session that we have pulled off together. And I have to say, as a man, every single time, I always enjoy listening to the conversation of these sessions. The other ones are all online. You can check them under the Transatlantic AI Exchange. They're actually very worth listening to. With that, I would like to thank you, Iman, Tara, I already mentioned, Stephanie and Jasmine. This was a pleasure. It was an honor. And I hope that we will not have this, the last one. There will be other remarkable women in AI, and you have an open invitation to come back anytime. So thank you very much. I would like to introduce Jesus to moderate the next session, the third competition, which is the self-supervised learning in the autonomous industry. Jesus, welcome back.
Thanks, Thomas. Hello, and welcome back to the final competition, self-supervised learning in the autonomous industry. In this ever-evolving landscape of AI, we continuously seek for new methods to enhance the capabilities of our machine learning models. Traditional supervised learning, where human labeled data is used to train AI system, has been very successful. We also saw in the previous section that I moderated how synthetic data is also playing a crucial role in this too. However, traditional supervised learning has its limitations, particularly in scenarios where obtaining labeled data is expensive, time-consuming, or impractical. This is where self-supervised learning takes center stage. Self-supervised learning represents a paradigm shift in enabling AI systems to learn directly from unlabeled data, thereby reducing the dependency on large quantities of annotated examples. It is a groundbreaking approach that has the potential to democratize AI development and unlock its full potential. So let's discover who of our finalists are today here and how they can apply self-supervised learning to their products. First, let's extend a warm welcome to a remarkable individual and an AI enthusiast, the 16-year-old Zainab Elumi, who joins us from the Warriors teams with Insights Road project. Insights Road offers a unique self-supervised learning model that places a strong focus on detecting unusual behaviors in other vehicles and, most importantly, road surface conditions. It also aids in identifying pedestrians who may not be following traffic rules and road obstacles, all utilizing unlabeled data. This innovative project not only ensures safer and eco-friendly travel, even in the harshest weather conditions, but also shares the collected road data for state improvements. Please join us in welcoming Zainab and the Warriors team.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so today I'm going to present you my project on self-supervised learning in the autonomous industry. As we can notice nowadays, the autonomous vehicles, once the domain of science fiction, are no longer a futuristic vision, but a reality that is transforming our relationship with mobility today, as they can reduce human errors and increase fuel efficiency. Now I'm going to tell you my little story with self-driving cars. One day, while watching a documentary on these sort of cars, I noticed that they never spoke of projects in Africa or some Asian countries like India. Living in Tunisia, a North African country, I felt that it wasn't fair toward us, so I directly rushed to my father to ask him about the reason behind it. He told me to go out with him and pointed to the road. Then he said, "You see the number of potholes, daughter? The road is in a pitiful state and the difficult weather conditions can make it more dangerous for the vehicle. This is the answer to your question." That was the moment I realized I had to do something, and this hackathon was the perfect opportunity to work on my project, Insight Road. Insight Road is a solution to all these problems. It offers a unique self-supervised learning model that focuses on detecting unusual behavior of other vehicles and, most importantly, road surface conditions. It also helps detect pedestrians who are not following traffic rules and road obstacles. In addition, the proposal represents a significant step forward for humanity due to its environmentally friendly nature, but it also gathers and detects road anomalies to build a useful dataset. The system is a controlling model that could send warnings and alerts to the road control community in order to supervise any dangerous road anomalies that cause many issues such as accidents. But why SSL with autonomous cars? No labeling dataset is needed. It's less time consuming and it's a certainly innovative approach. However, it is essential to note that self-supervising learning is still an emerging field and further research is needed to fully optimize and integrate these algorithms into self-driving cars and transportation systems. That is one of the many reasons my product is an innovative and a revolutionary one, as it being one of the first one using SSL to solve the autonomous cars problems. The dataset collected from different sources from the internet and used in our Python code can either detect the unusual behavior of other vehicles on the road, pedestrians, road obstacles and debris, or even road surface conditions. I managed to collect public data that has over 12K of unlabeled images. Here is an example of pothole dataset that has 645 training sets and 29 testing sets. But how does it actually work? It will be a binary classification and a binary decision. Each frame from the video captured from the camera of the car will be an input to all the three classifiers you see here that have the same model based on an SSL approach. If it is a pothole, a debris, or a pedestrian, then yes, it is an anomaly. If not, it's not. We can also have 2 or even 3 anomalies combinations. We're moving now to the SSL approach. We applied the jigsaw puzzle method as our baseline. The features learned during the practice task using a large dataset are fine-tuned for our downstream classification, including pothole classification. To prove that our model is efficient, we will show you the results. As the left graph shows, the training and validation loss decrease during the training process. This indicates that our classifier is learning and improving its predictions. Plus, the confusion matrix shows that the model is about 92% accurate in its prediction overall. Finally, I wanted to present myself. I'm Zainab Bloomy from Warriors team, and yes, as you can see, I'm just 16 years old. It's been years now that I study ML in Python with my personal coach that I really want to sing, and I found that it was time to practice my knowledge by joining competitions. My childhood dream was and still is to obtain a scholarship in order to study at Harvard or MIT or Stanford. So here are some additional materials about the dataset, the GitHub link, the link of the paper, and my previous presentation. With Insight Road, discover, detect, and drive safely. Thank you for your attention, everyone.
Thank you very much, Zainab, for the exciting and inspiring presentation. Well done. Next in line for this category, we have Team Skynet, introducing autonomous fire detection drones designed to address critical challenges in emergency response. By harnessing cutting-edge technology, their aim is to eliminate human safety risks, manage data overload, and enhance accessibility. With this solution, they seek to revolutionize the way we detect and respond to fires, making our communities safer and more resilient. The team is composed by Adigun Idowu Michael, Daniel Eniayehu, Olaboye Victor, Kanishka Srivastava. Welcome on stage. You are mute. No, you are muted.
All right, what about now?
No, it's okay. Thank you. You can start now.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I just want to confirm if my screen is visible.
Not yet.
All right, so. All right. All right. What about now? Is it visible now? All right. Can you hear me? Is my screen visible now? I can't hear anything. I'd like a confirmation to know that I can be heard before I move on, because I can't hear anything.
Yeah, we can see your screen. You can start now. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. So once again, I am Adegoye Michael, and my team and I are privileged to meet this finalist, and it's a great opportunity for us by Worldwide AI Hackathon to provide this innovative opportunity. I'll begin with the problem I'm trying to solve. Yeah, so we're trying to solve the problem for immersive series and data. We go to the different actions leading to fire incidents, and this fire incident pose significant challenge in human safety or property preservation and natural resource preservation. And according to the National Fire Protection Association, in 2021, about 1.3 million fire incidents were recorded in the United States, leading to about 3,800 deaths and about 14,700 casualties. The men who act as first responders to fire scenes are usually faced with danger, which could jeopardize their safety. In order to human safety in the use of data overload. In the world today, when we have a large amount of data coming from different sources, like sensors and cameras, this data influx could pose significant challenge on the firefighting team, processing and interpreting data in real time in order to make informed decisions. And we can see here in my next slide recent problems, especially wildfire incidents that occurred recently on the Hawaii Islands of Maui, leading to about 10,000 evacuations. Part of the challenge that was faced in this case was limitation to emergency response. I wish that there were solutions to this already implemented, and we wouldn't have had so much loss of lives and so much loss of properties and so much problems that we face. Also, we also have a recent case in South Africa when we have fire incident there of about 5 stages, about 76,000, leading to about 76 deaths. So, in view of this, we decided to come up with autonomous fire detection. Adwen is able to use artificial intelligence to analyze fire scenes, detect and analyze the situation, thereby providing insights and actions to keep the fire department. Just briefly, I'm going to show you a demo of our video in action. In this video, we're using Unreal Engine and esteemed for the human simulation, whereby for the model we're using results. Okay. And for the model, we're using software machine learning technique like colorization. So if you can still hear me, you can see the object detection happening at the top corner of the screen. So yeah, this is just a short demo showing how our drone is detecting objects in action. And we use Unreal Engine and testing for different simulation of your model using software machine learning technique like polarization and mutation in order to then use features of implementing downstream tasks for this detection and classification. So our target market includes fire department, government agencies, and tech companies. Our drones can help the fire department help improve situational awareness, and for government agencies help in enhancing resource allocation, and for tech companies, our products are broken up into software, and then which software can be implemented. Other soft hardware like companies that are doing existing autonomous systems or doing. And our pricing model includes pay-as-you-go subscription and depending on the option that best suits our customer. And we have other industries and companies already into that provide unmanned area services to unmanned area systems to companies. What makes us stand out is our ability to be able to provide very specific information into file sets, and also provide spatial resolution, which is able to help detect smaller files like images from satellites. As you can see, we're futuristic, and therefore we are not stopping there. And currently, at the current moment, we have object detection, and our future implementation includes things like autonomous navigation, data sharing, and real-time monitoring. And this is the high-level overview of our milestone, showing that we are working on this and we plan to get it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Idowu. Just in time. Thank you for the presentation and the inspiring message. This is the end of the section, actually, Thomas. So I'll move it back to you.
Thank you very much, Jesus, as always. And I will see you tomorrow morning for the announcement of the category winners and the prizes. So thank you very much, everybody. Congratulations to the startups who made it this far. And we wish you all the best in your endeavor. Moving quite along, and we are right on time. I'm actually moving into the next session. I am joined by two individuals who are locally here in the Bay Area. And I would assume that we have some other people online. So welcome you all to the next panel. It's generative AI use cases and impact for enterprises, with a big subtitle called How to Create Significant Value by Automating Complex Tasks, Reduce Costs, and Improve Efficiency in areas like drug development, chip design, material science, and other industry verticals. This is a wide area of segments to cover, and I'm pleased to have 5 experienced executives from Fortune 500 companies representing, in no particular order, Cisco, AWS, which is Amazon, Qualcomm, SAP, and Oracle with me to explore. Maybe we start by giving each individual around roughly 3 minutes to share your backgrounds and expertise around artificial intelligence and or Web3 as well, if it's appropriate. So let me start with JP Vasur, PhD. He is he's at Cisco and he's an engineering fellow. Please, JP, the stage is yours and I see you popping up on the screen. Welcome.
Thank you, Thomas. Can you hear me? I guess so.
Loud and clear. Yes, loud and clear. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a sort of an echo, so you know. But so I'm JP. I'm a Cisco fellow. I've been at Cisco for 25 years. So if you don't know Cisco, we are the largest provider in terms of networking, equipment, and we work also on security and collaboration as well. So I've been driving machine learning AI at Cisco for about 12 years now. We've been having an amazing journey. I'm super excited to be with you guys today. And this is more about generative AI. We have a lot to say.
Great. Thank you, JP. This was very insightful. Moving right along, next up, I like to invite Dr. Vinesh Sukumar. He's a Senior Director and Head of AI and Machine Learning Product Management at Qualcomm. Thanks for joining us today and being here present in the studio with us. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Thomas, for the generous introduction. For folks who don't know me, I lead the AI product team at Qualcomm, where I have the opportunity and privilege to look at and envision probably big ideas, and working with some fantastic colleagues of mine, translate that vision statement into reality. And we look at enabling, give or take, approximately 200 to 250 applications every given year, spread across from handsets all the way to complex domain like automotive devices. That includes, not to mention, common bread and butter use cases around detection, segmentation, classification, scaling, and most recently, complex domains like generative AI around LLMs, LVMs, getting into ADAS markets like L4, L5, full autonomy using AI. And it's a privilege being part of this panel today.
Thank you very much, Vinesh, for sharing your experience. Next up, I'd like to invite Raghu Banda. He is the Senior Director, Artificial Intelligence Product Management at SAP Labs here in Palo Alto, actually. So welcome to the group and welcome to the studio.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be part of this panel here. My name is Raghu Banda. I've been with SAP for a little over 2 decades, 20 plus years. I've been in different roles with SAP, starting with the development organization, and later on wanted to understand how the customers and the partners are using the products. And so I've moved into the implementations team for a few years. Later on, I've been with the product marketing and product solutions marketing for a couple of years. And then maybe for the last 10 years, I've been in the product management space. And that was a time when SAP started the journey into AI and ML. So I was fortunate enough to be part of this journey. And I lead the AI and ML initiatives in the product management space for our cloud ERP. So predominantly what I focus on is about how do we make our business processes better and more intelligent, whether it is directly embedding intelligence into the business processes or kind of developing it on our extension platform and making it available for customers and third-party partners as well. In this context, I also wrote a book for SAP and also run a podcast on the same. And thanks to be part of this. I'm excited to be part of this panel discussion today.
Thank you very much, Raghu. That was interesting, and I'm glad again that you joined in person. So next up, I'd like to invite Kavita Prasad. She is the General Manager at Parameter Protection at AWS. And Kavita, please feel free to also share some interesting use cases from an Intel perspective, which obviously you and I have been exposed to quite a bit. Welcome to the stage. Hi, Kavita, long time no see.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this summit. I really appreciate it. I recently moved to AWS, but prior to that, I've been working in the field of AI for almost 6 to 7 years right now, worked on AI in bringing AI technologies as part of a startup to the embedded edge market. How do you bring the intelligence to the edge solutions like robotics or autonomous systems or any of those edge applications? And after that, I was part of Intel, where I worked on the AI strategy and execution for all of Intel, taking a company like Intel to actually go up the stack and deploy AI solutions, where we recently launched a generative AI solution for one of the largest consulting groups. So have been living and breathing this field for quite some time. And as an engineer, I'm excited to be part of this journey at this stage, because AI is changing on a daily basis. And I'm so excited to be in this field and to be part of this panel as well, Thomas. Thanks.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you very much. So last but not certainly least, I would like to invite Nestor Camilo. He is the Cloud Adoption Director at Oracle. Nestor, the stage is yours, and welcome to the conversation.
Hi, Thomas. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having the time to be in this very interesting panel. I've been with Oracle for the last 25 years. I started studying artificial intelligence in the 90s. So this was a long journey. I was working as an enterprise architect and managing the group of enterprise architects that takes problems from customer. Mostly I worked with a government institution, healthcare, tax, but also telcos and banks. Part of my job was identifying problems that they have and try to solve this with technology. Obviously, artificial intelligence was a small part a lot years ago. I started to do things with artificial intelligence with Oracle 20 years ago, when was very difficult to do. Probably most of you know what we're talking about. And now very excited about the new developments of generative AI. We just come from the big conference that we do every year, and there was some incredible announcement about what we are doing in the field of healthcare. Samples is the intelligent chatbot that can hear you and talk to you with a doctor and help to make your time more useful with the patient. You can interact more with the patient and ask the machine, please show me the last MRI or the last results or whatever makes sense for you. And instead of taking time for you to search it, that they get you this type of information. So very excited that this can be done for almost every industry. And we have probably in the start of this new journey. So very, very excited to be sharing ideas in the panel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nestor. That's very insightful as well. So before we get into the questions, in my head, I was just sitting in and looking back of today's session so far. And we have invited many people who did, students, hackers, developers who did a hackathon, which is like on this side of the spectrum. And then we had the venture capital community. And now we have the heavy hitters, the Fortune 500 corporations. It's like the gamma is just gigantic. And I really like to have your insights, because speaking from experience, I really like to believe, and I like to say, the players in the industry who are the closest to the end customer, to the customer themselves, particularly the enterprise customers, are all of you together. And you are representing all the way from semiconductor to cloud service providers, as well as database and software companies. So we have the whole gamma, right? So we could probably talk about this for the next 3 days.
Absolutely.
So with that in mind, let me ask the first question. So let's get right into some of these questions that we had already prepared. And we talked a little bit about large language models earlier. So large language models improved a lot in the general knowledge last year. But what happens when we try to use it for industry-specific use cases or fresh data? Because that's a really interesting question for the corporations and then for the customers that you have to serve. So I would like to ask Nestor first to open, the conversation, and then I would like everybody else to please chip in as well.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. Really, this is for me the big question that will start the next revolution. We all know that the LLMs are basically a parrot that can respond the next word based on some training. And there are very intelligent parrots, but really they don't have a context. They don't have fresh data. So for industry use case, we need to have access to data in our system, like the sample that I say for healthcare, but think about your inventory or think about anything about the customer. So for me, the next step on this is mixing, using the power of LLMs to understand better the problem, to have a very nice conversation, more human-like conversation, interaction, probably voice interactions. And but with this, have access to the internal system, probably enrich data with public data or whatever data that you have in your ecosystem, to have response that are adequate to the question. So with this in mind, I think that this year will appear a lot of use cases in the industry. We are seeing a lot, and probably we're just starting, because most of the people don't yet get the idea of what is really can be done and what is science fiction. No, we're not at the time that we can ask with the computer about everything and get perfect answer, less than act on that. But we're coming very near. If we define the use case, if we have the right data and we have the way to give the orders, we can do a lot. So for me, very exciting times to be in this field.
Who else would like to join?
I can echo. Yeah, I can. I definitely, I completely echo with what Nestor is saying about these industry use cases and how on these specific use cases, when we talk about how important it is to use this fresh data and how it makes sense. So now if we take it, when we talk about enterprise use cases, the main important thing here is that we have to make sure that we have to understand our customer, not only the customer, but also the customer's customer. When we talk about consumer-oriented use cases, the story is a little different. You're directly dealing with the customer's data. But when we are talking about enterprise use cases, we are talking about your customer and also the customer's customer. So here and now, when you are peeling the layer, now we are getting into the next phase of generative AI. Already with the AI related use cases, you could see that there is a lot of buzz, a lot of hype around that. We wrote that hype. We have understood that you do not do AI for the sake of doing AI, but we have to understand the business benefits. What are the outcomes that you're creating for your customer and your customer's customer? Now, I take it one notch up. So for us, the way we are looking at it is that, hey, if I pick up any particular line of business, whether it is procurement line of business or the sales line of business, how do I make the end user, my customer's customer, more productive? How can I make better sense out of the data that they are seeing it out? So in this context, it becomes even more important on understanding how these different large language models are working and how it can enhance a particular business process and cut down the hallucinations part of it. Because when we talk about the consumer-oriented use cases, I think like the ChatGPT and other things, obviously we have noticed that the hallucination part of it has increased in the last 6 months to 9 months. But now if you see, take it to the enterprise customers, we cannot get into this hallucination kind of a thing. So this is where it depends on how well you can adapt your data to the particular scenario. So this is where I think I definitely agree that interesting times, and this is going to stay here because there is a lot more we could do with this technology.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Dinesh, Jade?
Maybe I'll offer a different perspective. I think this year, next year, again from an LLM deployment standpoint, I basically look at it at a different layered problem. I would say the first layer is all about deployment. Can you successfully deploy it on any form factor of choice? And when I say form factor of choice, is I'm looking from an edge perspective, not running on the cloud, but on a consumer device that's very close, and can be personalized and used. So that kind of comes into, do you have the necessary architecture, necessary compute, necessary software, all the the desired jargon anyone uses to really make sure you can accomplish the task you're looking for. So that's the first thing. The next one is, I would say the second layer that kind of comes around it is, okay, fine, you've cornered the deployment one. How can you fine tune it? How can you make it task specific? You don't want to be very foundational in nature, because many of these foundational models, are jack of all trades. They're really not a master of anything, right? So this is where I think you put a lot more emphasis on making it task specific. And when you try to make it task specific, it really becomes important on, do you have the right amount of data to really make it much more appropriate for a specific task? The task could be productivity related, could be content creation related, could be consumption related, or anything else. That's where you're going to have a lot of challenge. But the issue becomes, it's just not, fine tuning for a specific task. The question also becomes is, are you able to relate your output response to the emotional intelligence of the user? So this is where the question is, do you understand the user enough to be able to produce an information that you're able to correlate to what the user is asking for? What that means is, if I ask an intelligent bot, like a ChatGPT, a specific question, or my 65-year-old mom asks the same question, it gets the same response. There's no big difference. It really makes a big difference if you're able to match your output prompt and the collateral that you're able to generate to understand the context and then provide to it. And I think we've not figured that portion out. And I think that needs to be figured out to really make that connection to the user. So you're able to get connected in a way that you have a much longer engaged conversation. So I think that's, I would say, give or take a second layer of analysis. A third layer of analysis, okay, fine. Now you want to get into a commercial state. Here, you get into a lot of different sets of challenges. Here it's all about regulatory compliance. Is the outputs being generated, is it good? Is it bad? Is it meet a specific requirements of a specific geo? They might have constraints on that you should not be sharing this level of information, especially around conflicts. They want to be having a little bit tailored. And the question comes on, we have vector databases that kind of comes along with that. So it's, I think, a next level of complexity. I don't think also we have figured it out, how to really get it done. But again, a lot of activity on that front to get it done. So I would say, it's like a 3 to 4 layered problem. And a lot of bright minds on the research side, on the enterprise side, and also on the, I would say, many vendors who are actually looking at it, solving it collectively. And the year of 2024 should be an interesting year of deployment when you start, understanding these different layers of a problem and then solve it. At least my perspective. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much, Vinesh. For me, it's amazing. I've been in this industry now for over 30 years, and listening to all the different viewpoints and the challenges that you have are very much different than what you have, for example, or anybody else. So with that, I'd like to give it over to JP. Being a giant, networking communication company, how do you see this?
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. And let me apologize because, as you noticed, instead of the 4 minutes of introduction, it was about 12 seconds because I had some issues, in terms of voice and video. So I didn't. Yeah, thank you. I didn't say too much, but just very quickly, we've been on this journey for 12 years, and we use ML AI for many things for the internet. Security, it's all about machine learning AI in security. We're using that heavily. Collaboration as well, like noise cancellation and all these things. And on the networking side, we've been using that for anomaly detection, for optimization of different parameters and all these things. Now, what I'd like to say, I may be the optimistic guy around the table, and sorry about that, but here's what I would say. One, I've never seen such a pace of innovation in my entire life. And I've been, like you, Thomas, in this industry for 30 years. So the big question is why? And I think that there are still multiple aspects that are very unique to this LLM, such as the emerging properties. And every week we discover how we could use machine learning LLM, for a different use case. It's also due to the fact, I believe, that we do understand, of course, very well the architecture of the large language models, but we don't really understand, how we come up with a given outcome. And from time to time, we start to believe that maybe we can use LLM for general pattern matching engine for all these kind of things. So I think we'll continue to discover new things. Second is that open innovation is there. And again, I don't think we've seen such an amount of energy. And that's great. And of course, the users, they keep adopting it. So when we talk to our customers, they have a lot of imagination. Believe me, they always come up with new ways, new use cases. Nestor was mentioning about access to fresh data. I do believe personally that there are still a lot of challenges, but they are going to be solved extremely quickly. The access of fresh data, we know that we have new mechanism now for bigger prompt, access to live data, access to APIs with new agents and other things. And when I see the energy across all companies, I do believe that all of these challenges will be solved very quickly. And we're going to see a snowball effect in terms of innovation. That's really what I believe. Of course, we need to be very careful about being responsible and all these things. What I'm hoping, to be honest, is that as human, we're not going to be too dumb at some point, because if you keep relying on these kind of things to do things for you, you stop thinking at some point. So this is one danger. The last one, and I'll let Kavita speak. We haven't been very gallant. Kavita, my apologies. You should be the first to talk, but you know what? It's reliability. And I think that's the biggest concern. We don't know yet how to measure the quality of the outcome. It could be a very long tail before we can achieve that goal. And that is, a serious issue, I believe. But again, we have a lot of energy around the table to solve that. Kavita, I think the floor is yours now, if I'm not mistaken. Thomas?
Absolutely, Kavita. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I think most of you already covered what I had to say. For me, the way I look at it is there are two aspects. One is the training and one is the deployment. Today, we are focused on a lot of training these large-scale models. But when you come to deployment, you really need to think about customer business outcomes first from a customer perspective. And having said that, the enterprise, 80% of the data is still behind these secure walls of the enterprises. It's not publicly available out there, nor do the customers want to make sure, they want to make sure they protect their data and want to be able to deploy these solutions within their security perimeters. So the solutions that the industry needs to come up with needs to work in a secure way behind the security perimeters of the customers for us to meaningfully deploy these solutions. And to earlier point, yes, these solutions can be deployed on the edge, they can be deployed on the cloud, they can be deployed on in the mobile devices if needed. Now, how do you make sure that you're deploying it seamlessly and the tool chain works seamlessly for the deployment is another key thing to keep in mind. And having said that, I strongly believe that models are a means to an end. Yes, a lot of us talk about models. Models are means to an end, but not the end, because not only do you need to rely on these large-scale models, but for all the domains, you don't really need these large-scale models if I'm trying to solve a domain-specific problem. So you need to have domain-specific models that are fine-tuned that needs to work with other logic like potentially probabilistic methods or your search engines, or it needs to combine with a different set of legacy knowledge to actually build an application that can be deployed. So now, if from a business perspective, you need to think at it holistically, so you're designing the architecture to go meet your business outcomes. Otherwise, we'll have one or two bespoke use cases, but transforming the industry for generative AI or for AI in general needs to start with business outcomes, work down the stack, and make sure you're getting it right at the infrastructure layer, at the data layer, at the model layer, and at the application layer. So it's a lot of things that need to come together to make it successful, and that's where the journey is going to be.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your responses. Let me go to the next question, but I want to spin it a little bit different than what we had initially defined. And the reason is the majority of the audience here is most likely the developer community. I don't think we have a ton of other Fortune 500 companies listening to this summit, because it's more about Web3 and the hackathon and how it relates to AI. But let me ask the question with a slightly different spin. So with all the hype around generative AI, a lot of investments, and we heard this before from the investment session, is going around across the spectrum. Now, is this going to be another hype and bust, or is that something that will sustain and pick up more authenticity? Now, how are the enterprises, and that's the spin right now that I want to throw in here, going to look at this in the short term and the long term? And we decided to look a little bit into some use cases, but I actually like to hear it from a different angle, and that is you are representing really big corporations. And it would be interesting to hear to the audience, what kind of AI are you working on internally, not just relying on others to train the models? And most importantly, looking at the labor market, what kind of interesting developer expertise would you seek for a young person who is listening, who is either a startup company, who is trying to figure out what are these 5 big companies looking for? I saw recently in the news, or regularly, like Amazon recently, they're literally picking up, AI startup companies. They're barely 8 months old. Right. And they're paying a few million, so they're picking up. I don't think it's the startup itself, it's the brains of the people that comes with it. So if you can add maybe to what are you looking for, what are you developing, and for the listeners, what kind of the education or startups are you interested to actually, bring in-house or work with as a partnership? Anybody wants to start?
So maybe I can.
Yeah, let him start.
Go ahead.
I tried to be quick, Thomas, because you are asking a fundamental question. And to be honest, this is a very hard one as well. I have a son, he's 18, he's studying computer science at EPFL in Switzerland. And to be honest with you, a few years ago, I would have said, look, start with data science. Now I'm like, oh, wow, what does that mean, data science in a few years when you start to have so many tools that can automate, many of these tasks. And nobody can tell you what it will be, for a young guy who is starting now, what are we going to need in 5 years down the road is extremely hard to tell. What I would say is be a very strong generalist and don't underestimate, how important the math and statistics areas are, and try to understand as many technologies as possible without specializing too quickly. That's what I would say.
I have to tell you, I am surprised to hear that. And yes, it makes total sense. I had the same question recently. I had a presentation last week with the same question. And the answer was more, well, it's somebody who needs to know how to develop, Python and knows TensorFlow. But I think your answer is actually much more on the money, that you need to be a generalist about mathematics and physics and stuff, because everything else will build around it. So I really like that answer. So thank you very much. Anybody else?
Just to add on to that, I think that's a great introduction that you have provided to this answer, JP. I would say, yes, math and science, I think you will get a lot more focus on math and science again, because the thing is, like, when we are talking about the latest buzz, the generative AI, it's gonna stay. It's not like the other, maybe in the last 20, 25 years, we have seen this many times, and a couple of times we have seen that we did understand that when we had the browser war game, or whether we had the iPhone moment, we know that the first thing what has happened is that we had the basic technology out, and then we have built on top of these applications. Now with the generative AI space, obviously what's going to happen is that we are going to focus on how you can build on top of that. So obviously math and physics are going to be very key, but adding the generalistic option on top of that, and if you cut across the different domains or different industries, I would advise, or I would suggest to the newer community, right, the new generation, that you need to look about the application aspect of this technology, how you can use these applications, and how you can make. We keep talking about AGI and ASI and other things. It's going to be a bit farther out there when you are trying to marry the robotics part and the AI part, when it's far-flung in the future. But in the next few, maybe in the next decade or so, the focus will be more on how I can increase the productivity, and how a person using AI-assisted tools or AI-assisted services can deliver better. This is where I tell to my kids, like, when ChatGPT was released, obviously you cannot control kids or not to use it. So obviously I say that, hey, it is okay to use the technology, but try to understand the approach that was provided. So do not focus just on the outcome, but understand how you are reaching the outcome. That is where your creative mind or creative thinking should come into play.
I like that addition to the previous comment, and I really hope for the audience that this is somewhat helpful and you're picking up, valuable information. But, over to Nestor on the Oracle side. How does a giant database company look at this?
Yeah, well, before I start with Oracle, just the formation thing. I just talked with a friend a few weeks ago that is a university in the public University of Buenos Aires, that was one of the largest in Latin America. And they say that they are seeing a lot of people going to study physics. And when here, what is happening? And this is really because the training after physics, you can learn to work with a lot of data, understand the methodology, understand how to work to solve difficult parts. And this and data science are the two more popular careers that are happening in the University of Buenos Aires. So I think that makes a lot of sense to have a good foundation to understand the thing and differ between what is science fiction and need to happen a lot of things and what is can be done in the future, in the near future. Coming back now to Oracle, we see that we need to write a lot of new application to take advantage of these capabilities, and we have a lot of application. We have vertical application, we have horizontal application, we have a technology, etc. So the first thing that we are doing is to put a lot of effort in generation of code, but not generating thousands of lines of code, because the hallucination problem that everybody knows make that you as a programmer need to read, imagine if you need to read thousands of lines of code to discover that is something hallucination. So generating application through low code or no code. This is one of our big bets on this. We have done this for a lot of years, but we're in the mood now to generate applications that don't require code. And this is mostly configuration on some models, and to work directly with a database. We just announced this. Your work select AI chat, give me the information from my top customer that do that and do that and do that. And the model can create the SQL necessary to work with the database, get you the information. And imagine if you say with this, write me the application that give me this number thing. Really is near, not a long future. We have working prototype with this. The second thing is that we need to work with a lot of data internally. And as Kavita said, most of the information are private information and need to continue to be private information. I don't want the healthcare information be or the tax information or whatever information you think that's for a private company be in the hands of people that don't need to have the access. So working with vector database is another big point in the industry. We just announced to have vector database embedded in our database. So you can do a select that not just do a regular SQL or something about special data, but also with information that is part of a generative question, like give me books similar to what I have read, but that are in stock and are in English and for less than $10. And imagine that this can be solved in just one query. So if we can solve this, we can put on top of this new application that are very easy to be created. So this is the part that we are working in Oracle, putting artificial intelligence in our application, creating a platform to make it more easy, to more service that are already trained, and obviously all the infrastructure to train these big models. But these are what we are going on.
Thank you very much, Nestor. Kavita.
The way I look at it from an enterprise perspective is there are two kinds of business use cases, right? One is the foundational use cases. These are your chatbots or queries or searches. Those are table stakes. If companies don't invest in that, they're going to be left behind because it is going to be automated, like it or not. But then there's a second class of workloads, which are like transformational use cases. Say, for example, can I combine multiple domains to create a unique design? For example, can I combine physics with chemistry and to create a new design in a fashion industry, say, for example, or where you are creating these multiple domains to create unique solutions that can transform your business, for example, and either create new avenues of business or new avenues of revenue is going to be very, very critical. And that's where the companies are going to focus on. One is foundational cases. You need to invest so you are not left behind. Transformational use cases that is specific to your industry that's actually going to put you on a winning path. But having said that, also the industry is going to focus because how do you define accuracy? How do you define whether the answer is right or wrong? Is human in the loop always going to need to be there? That's where the focus is going to be on explainability, reliability, sustainability, because developing solutions is easy, but you also need to keep in mind the cost of deploying these solutions. So what does it cost to deploy my solutions? How do I make sure it is sustainable, both from the environment perspective, but also from an economical perspective? Is it sustainable? How do I explain the results I got? When do I need a human in the loop? When don't I need a human in the loop? All these things need to be taken care of for you to stand behind the solutions you're putting out together. And that's where a lot of focus is going to be.
Thank you. You're absolutely correct, particularly when it comes to trust, data privacy, and the visibility, what's within the models and what comes out of it. As you mentioned earlier, focus on the edge, IoT, and end user use cases. At the same time, you are a semiconductor company. If I am a startup, if I am a student at the university, or I want to decide what I would like to study in STEM, for example, what's your opinion on this? What do you need?
I'll probably start from a very from my personal experience. I think give or take about 20 years ago, when I started my professional career at Jet Proportional Labs, my very first job was my manager prints out big charts which was taken from airplanes more than 50,000 feet high. Print out, and I was asked to classify what those objects meant from a top-down view of an airplane, right? And it's like, okay. So I said, fine, this is an awesome job, and I started to do it. And that was my first intuition into computer vision, right? 20 years ago, there was no AI, right?
Yep.
So I had to use magnifying glasses and then try to understand what those objects actually meant. Draw boxes around it and say, these are trees, these are buildings, these are some military installations, those kind of things. But it took about 48 to 72 hours every time I get a chart. And it was really painful. So go ask my chain of command is, how do I automate it? How do I make it simple enough so that this can be much more, fun and faster, right? So I said, okay, figure it out. I said, okay, fine. Now I have a problem statement. What do I do? So the question really comes is, I would tell any common developer startup companies is, you got to look at what problem you're really trying to solve, right? And do you have your strength in fundamentals? The fundamentals could be, basic programming skills, understanding physics, understanding math, understanding biology. In this case, I knew basic Pascal. I used to do C, C++ those days. But okay, let me write a program. And I knew I was bad in biology, to be honest, but at least I knew, the shape of this meant and actually a tree kind of stuff, right? So a fusion of my basic programming skills with biology translated into writing a program. So instead of taking a huge, a 10 feet by 10 feet printout, put this into an old PC and then started to, analyze, regions of interest. That really solved the problem. We were able to get all this analysis completed in 6 months. Again, it was a fusion of simple things to get things done. And as things started to evolve, right, then we started to move towards more, I would say, consumer-oriented products. consumer-oriented products was now we're getting into smartphones. I don't know if people are familiar in the year 2000 when I think it was called a Droid, I think, or a Motorola Droid phones, if I remember correct. They started to come out, that started taking a lot of pictures. The pictures here was all about, how do I make the pictures a little bit more cleaner? How do I improve on quality? Now, the subject of quality at those days was very, very difficult. What was good for me was bad for my friend. So it was very difficult to really quantify how to get things done. Again, you have a problem statement. The question becomes is, okay, fine, you don't know what the solution is, but can you question what needs to get done? So we kind of put a very simple algorithm. The algorithm was, if you're not able to see spatial details at this, luminescence, then classify it as a bad. Again, it's a simple problem. Again, access to statistics, because we're able to take histogram of all the pixels, and based off the histogram distribution, we classify it as a bad or good. Again, it is a fusion of statistics and programming to solve the problem. So again, I would kind of emphasize the fact is have a good perspective and depth into some of the fundamental subjects that you learn in school, because I think you're going to use it more often than you think that is necessarily important for you. And once you have that, start questioning the underlying assumptions. Because somebody says it to you doesn't mean it's true. You got to understand if that is true. If it is not, dig into it. And if there's a better way to do it, awesome, get it done, right? There's no set rule that it has to be done a certain way. And I think if you start getting into that mentality, you'll find AI to become much more interesting, because I personally believe AI today still doesn't have common sense, right? Because it does what it's asked to do, because it's been trained like that to do certain things.
Yeah.
Right. So if you really want to get common sense into AI, it needs to understand contextual information and knowledge representation of complex things. And we're not there yet. So I think, for developers and for new students working in startups, I think that's the next big thing. And if you're able to solve that, I think, you become a unicorn.
So, wow, I'm sitting here. It's like, I knew it before. We can sit here for another 3 days and discuss the topics of AI and everything that you brought up in the variety of viewpoints here. I would say I have one more question, and I give everybody maybe just a minute to address this. And I'm just picking something because I'm just picking up two words here that are sticking out to me, and that is trust and validation. Trust and validation, I think, is very, very important, particularly in the area of AI. And just very quickly, within a minute for each, what are you guys going to do in your company to address this issue of trust and validation?
Sure.
We'll go first.
Yeah, I can go first. So yeah, this is a very important aspect, right? Currently, we are in this kind of a race where there are a lot of large language models coming out there, and each of them provide different kinds of outcomes when you feed data into that. But since we are coming from the enterprise standpoint, we have to focus more on how is this information going to be used by the customer and the customer's customer. This is where, am I really going to solve the customer's problem, or am I creating more problems for them? So this is where trust and validity are going to play a big role. So this is where we are trying to put a lot of emphasis on the models that we train and the data that we use. And when we create the models and when we put additional data on top of that, and then obviously when we are implementing at the customer side, you have to make sure that this data is rightfully used. So you have to make sure that for one particular problem, you might be using a particular large language model, but then for a different problem, I think we might have to switch over to a different large language model. I think irrespective of the large language model that you use, the main important factor is that how can I use this data, and to improve the trust and validity of the outcomes, you have to focus on what kind of data sets that you are putting in here. Are these data sets having enough ethical values? Are you removing the bias from the data that you have? So on and so forth.
So yeah, let me just, before I go to the next person,
Right.
I want to pick up on that.
Right.
And I want to challenge everybody else in this
Right,
group.
right.
And that is, everybody now is talking about ChatGPT, right?
Right.
And everybody is looking at OpenAI.
Mhm.
And at least on the consumer side, like the B2B2C. So it's on the C side, where everybody's looking at data security and accuracy and everybody's pointing at OpenAI. But when you go to an enterprise customer, you cannot rely on OpenAI to do the job. You have internal specific developers who are customizing for your enterprise customers, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That is where we have, I think many of the companies, not only SAP, many of the companies, they're going to build additional foundational layers on top of that, which will help validate this scenario and provide better outcomes.
And is that, and I know I gave everybody just a minute, but now I'm so off this train right now. Are you doing that and you have to do it internally because the enterprise customers are demanding it? Or is there also an opportunity for open source? But I'm just opening a door that I don't even want to go. We have no time. But go ahead. Maybe you can address it as well, including open source.
You're getting into dangerous waters.
Right. I know.
Right. So I think the very first thing is IP protection. That's the biggest problem, right? And I'm pretty sure everyone has heard a lot of news and collateral that a lot of employees from enterprise companies have been starting to use ChatGPT for code optimization or for RTL verification of designs. That is that's a no-go. So I would say the constraints internally are much more stringent, much more stronger, and there are going to be a lot of areas where internal assets are going to be much more foundationally developed to make sure you don't use them for open source kind of development. Now, again, there are going to be contributions to open source, don't get me wrong, that will always happen. But for internal IP development, you're not going to be using open source vendors.
Yeah.
It might be a good foundation, but you're going to build on top of it.
Yeah. People online, happy to chip in, and we are running a little bit tight on time. We want to allow some people to ask some questions, but quickly, if anybody wants to add to this.
Yeah, maybe I'll be very quick, Thomas. So here is what I would say. One is you need to have a metric to assess the efficacy of the system. If you look at LLM, we have many metrics like the MMLU, the Blue score, Rouge score, that have been designed for efficacy of a translation, for summarization, these things. But because we ship solutions, for example, for our customers, we need to have a way to assess the efficacy of the entire system. So for example, if you're developing a system to do troubleshooting of network issues, you need to have a way to do that. Internally at Cisco, I can tell you we are following a very strict scientific approach so that we can assess the efficacy. And when you have the machine learning AI engineers, they love the cross entropy and all these things, but that's not what customers care about. They care about the global efficacy, and this is the hardest thing to do. On trust, very quickly, it depends what you do with the use case, right? With some use case, you may want some time to do closed-loop control. Like, what does that mean? Suppose that you want to have a network that can detect issues and fix the issue automatically and without a human in the loop. We have customers who say that. They say, look, if you can identify the issue, do you have a way to fix it without a human in the loop? When you start to do that, you need to have the highest level of trust. And the approach that I took for one of my products, for example, was to say, I'm going to show you the efficacy of the system. When you trust it, you have the way to specifically say to the engine, hey, I see what you can do in terms of efficacy of predicting issues. Next time you predict, you close the loop and you provide the policy. Just these two comments.
Okay, thank you. Kavita and or Nestor.
Yeah.
Anything to add?
For you.
No, go ahead, Nestor.
Okay. First, and I will take some Kavita words. Having the model explain what they are doing, for me, is the way to go. We are very, it's a long time to give that. But for example, in the traditional artificial intelligence world, machine learning, we already have in this space. We can do now, or in our cases, we can get the information that we ask to a model and the explicability of why these are the results. So this is something that can be solved for me in the enterprise. Probably the part of the large language models will be more to understand more what the customer is asking, or to help to create the answer to the question, but in most cases, they will be talking with other models. And we have already the explainability part solved. So for me, this is one of the points. The second point, what we are doing to don't mix the private data with the large language model really is critical for enterprise. The way that we are doing at Oracle, we have an alliance with Cohere, that a very large language model that was most created for doing enterprise class of use cases. We host their model in private for customer. So if the customer want to do fine-tuning or extend the learning, they can do for their own, with their own data, and we don't have access to them. Cohere don't have access to them. So this is the way that we protect the information of the customer. And I think that this is the best way to solve it. And probably as Cohere can be another provider, but probably you want to have your own copy and extend it in your own facilities. Because if not, you have the risk that you end training the OpenAI model with proprietary data, and nobody wants to go in this direction.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Kavita, last but not least.
Yeah, no, completely agree with all the comments on the panel. The key thing is we can't use these open source models just the way they are. Everybody needs to take it and fine tune it to their own data. That is the key. That's where you are increasing the trust in the outputs. And to Nestor's earlier point, yes, in predictive mechanisms, we already know how to measure the trust factor, right? You have confusion matrix, you have F1 scores, et cetera, et cetera. But for generative AI, it's still now making sure how consistently you're getting the same answer is how we are testing it. But there are going to be methods that are going to be figured out on how you increase the explainability, how you increase the accuracy score, so that you know there is trust in that. So it's an evolving field. We are too early in the early stages of generative AI. It's an exciting field to be in. Things are going to evolve, and pretty soon we'll have to see how soon it is that human in the loop needs to be there or does not need to be there to make these decisions more, you can trust on these things. And that's where the future lies.
I agree. Thank you. And quickly we're running a little bit late on time, but maybe two top questions, Sonia, that you have for us from the queue.
Sure. Yeah, we do have a couple that are relevant. So in terms of the how cloud adoption aligns with data governance and data management practices in your organization, what are the main, as far as how does data governance and data management align with those practices to ensure data privacy and security breaches are in compliance with your org?
Does somebody want to pick it up quickly?
Yeah, I can take it.
Okay, go ahead.
First, imagine the most confidential data in the world. Yeah, probably military, government, high security data. The way that we solve it is that we create a cloud that is identical to our public cloud, but between their close words of Department of Defense or whatever. The next second one is customers that need to have data, but not a full cloud inside their data center. We can do that, and this is something that can be done. But this don't mean that cloud are not secure. In most of the cases that I know, our cloud are more secure than most of our customers' actual data centers. So for me, it's not cloud or not cloud. Really, there's some use case that need to have a lot of wall between, and there is some data that need to be in a country, and these are some restrictions. But for me, most of the problem aren't really if they are in cloud or not. Is the company do the right procedure to ensure security? Because if you have a very big door, but you get the keys in front, the door don't happen to be a stopper, really. That for me, this is mostly the way that the customer use it, that really the technology. Today, the technology is perfectly secure to have the data in cloud without problem.
Okay, thank you. And I have the gentleman sitting next to me nodding, so I think you guys are all pretty much in agreement on that one. Sanya, maybe one more question, otherwise we skip, depending on the time.
Yeah, I think we're going to skip, Thomas. We'll save the questions for tomorrow that are more relevant to the topics then. Yep.
Okay, all righty. Then with that, online we have and still have Nestor and we have JP. Here I have Vinesh and Raghu. I thank you very, very much. I appreciate you coming to the studio in person, so I'm not alone here. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite Ha back to the stage. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good. So on that note, I think so far we have had an amazing, interesting day. At least I learned a lot. So in closing of this remarkable first day of the Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit, I am truly honored to have been your guide through this fascinating journey. Today has been filled with profound discussions and insights that have broadened our horizons on the realm of artificial intelligence. We began our day with two keynotes delivered by two leading experts from Stanford, delivered into the Stanford HAI 2023 AI Index Report, offering us a comprehensive snapshot of the current global AI landscape, as well as SingularityNet, joined by DESI, the world's most renowned humanoid robot. The anticipation for the top finalists' presentation from our Worldwide AI Hackathon has certainly exceeded any expectations, and I'm eagerly await the moment we unveil the results tomorrow morning. The exploration of AI and Web3 trends and opportunities allowed us to envision the future of technology, while our tribute to the remarkable woman in AI celebrated the incredible achievements of women in this field. Moreover, our journey into the generative AI use cases and impact for enterprises obviously illuminated the transformation potential of AI in the corporate world. So thank you for your active participation and engagements today. Rest assured, we will reconvene tomorrow for another day of enlightening insights of the Worldwide AI Web3 Summit. And with that, I would like to hand it over to Ha.
Yeah, thank you so much, Thomas. Dear attendees, it's such a long day. As we wrap up the first day of the Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit, I'm truly humbled to have shared with you this incredible journey with all of you. Today, we have been seeing a deep exploration and discovery in the ever-evolving landscape of AI. And our journey will continue tomorrow as we venture into the exciting world of Web3, exploring blockchain, decentralized application, and their profound impact on various industries. Thank you so much, all of you, for your active participation and thoughtful questions, and your unwavering commitment to the future of technology. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow and another day of insights in the Worldwide AI and Web3 Summit. Bye for now.